Hey peeps, welcome back to another video. Today I want to talk about ELDEN in pre-patch and a few changes that are happening. I already made a video talking about all the changes going from Wrath of the Lich King into Cataclysm, but the pre-patch will also be a little bit of a different story. Now let's talk about the obvious thing, the stuff you get when you select Elemental Shaman. First up, we get our Thunderstorm ability for free at level 10. We get Elemental Fury, which basically just increases the critical strike damage by 100%, and very importantly, removes the cooldown from your Chain Lightning. Meaning, in pre-patch, you can use Chain Lightning as much as you want. It's actually very amazing on cleave fights, where we also will be getting a glyph that makes Chain Lightning hit up to 5 targets. So on Sauerfang, this actually could be quite insane because you're just obliterating the adds. Next up on the list will be Elemental Overload. And you might be wondering, okay, we already had that in our talents, you know, a 33% chance to proc a second spell, doing 50% of the damage. Now it's something called Mastery. Every spec has a different mastery, and for us it's just Elemental Overload. Important notice is that it now includes Lava Burst, but it does start at 16% baseline. So you have a 16% chance to overload, meaning you want to have a lot of mastery because each point of mastery increases the chance of elemental overload by an additional 2%. So in pre-patch, there's something called reforging, where you could take a stat of an item and reforge it into another stat for, I think it's about 60% of the value. So you're not getting one-to-one conversion, but getting a lot of mastery in pre-patch will be important because this will be doing a lot of your damage with a double Lava Burst cast, especially with the new talents, which give you resets on Lava Burst. And importantly to notice is that Elemental Overload will now be doing 75% of the spell's damage instead of 50. Now let's talk about the talents in pre-patch. So in the first row, I'm taking everything. The middle talent points you can put anywhere you really want, because the middle talent only gives you 10% mana reduction. These two talents you can actually put into reducing your shock spells, you can also put them into reducing damage taken. What you can also do is put one point of that into Earthquake and the other point you can just leave in the mana reduction. The reason why I'm not really taking Earthquake is because it won't be as useful on many fights. You can precast it on Sauerfang or Lich King for a little bit of extra damage, and you can technically use it in Ruby Sanctum. When you move through the boss with the Comet, you can use Spirit Walker's Grace and cast Earthquake while moving, which will be hitting all the adds. The spell power ratio on that spell just isn't that great, and especially with a 2.5 second cast with a spell that's lasting 10 seconds, it takes a lot of time for the damage to go off really, and the adds will die super quick in pre-patch, and they are already dying really quickly. Then another very important thing is Elemental Precision, which we already had, but now it also grants you spell hit equal to 3% of any spirit gains for the items or effect. So we get spirit into hit, meaning this is going to be super good for us to actually use spirit for once when we had no interaction with it for so many expansions. So in pre-patch, since we're also losing the Boomkin and Shadow Priest debuff of the 3% hit, this is coming quite in handy. MP5 in pre-patch will transform into Spirit, so you can pick up the Healer Ring from Ruby Sanctum, you can use the Lady Death Whisper boots, I'm pretty sure, which are male, who also have MP5 on them, but you obviously will have Spirit in pre-patch to get a little bit of extra hit. We will talk about a set that Sated from the Elemental Shaman Discord put together. It's not quite done yet, but it's something that we can look to basically to have a little bit of an idea what to use. Now, very importantly is Rolling Thunder and Fulmination. Obviously, those two talents are quite amazing. We get mana back, Lightning Shield charges, and we will use Earth Shock with these Lightning Shield charges. So another spell in our rotation. Elemental Mastery is getting changed. You actually have a damage cooldown now on a 3-minute cooldown. We have Feedback, which is our talent that's basically our ICC2 set but with 3 seconds. And also shortly talking about the ICC set, we are getting an ICC2 set nerf. Instead of 2 seconds per lightning bolt and chain lightning, it will be 1 second. You can actually go on the Wowhead Cataclysm database and type in our tier set, and you can see that it's only 1 second, so we are getting a little nerf, but so are other specs. Then we have Lava Surge, which gives you a Flame Shock periodic damage ticks, a 20% chance to reset the cooldown of your Lava Burst spell. So multi-dotting also with the glyph of Flame Shock will be super easy because it increases the duration of Flame Shock by 50%. So you get a lot of resets on your Lava Burst cooldown, which is why I said you will need Elemental Overload to have a lot of mastery points, since you want to have as much overload percent chance as you can with getting Lava Burst resets. Then in the second talent tree, we're going to the enhancement shamans with the Elemental Weapons, which just increases the passive bonus of Flame Tongue Weapon, and then we want to put our last 3 points into improved shields. just due to the fact that this gives you a 15% damage increase on a lightning shield also, which obviously interacts with fulmination and earth shock. This is basically all we can take. We can only have 36 talent points in pre-patch, and then once you level from 80 to 85, you will get 5 more talent points. The reason why we have less talent points is simply because the talent trees got smaller, and you only get 1 talent point every second level from level 12 until 80, and then like I said, you get 5 talent points from 80 to 85. Now let's talk about the glyphs. They aren't adding new glyphs, but rather reworking the old ones. Lava Burst gives you just 10% more damage to Lava Burst instead of 10% more scaling of spell power. Lightning Bolt unfortunately is staying at 4% for some odd reason. Flame Shock gives you a 50% increased duration on Flame Shock. Chain Lightning now hits 5 people instead of 3. It used to obviously be 4 with the glyph, and the initial damage of Chain Lightning hit will be reduced by 10% with that glyph. We could also get the Unleashed Lightning glyph, pretty sure in pre-patch, because it only requires Inscription 385, and the reagents that you need are from Wrath of the Lich King, so we will be able to move and cast in pre-patch. Now let's talk about the playstyle in pre-patch. You still want to do Lightning Bolt on single target, keeping up your Flame Shock and using Lava Burst whenever it's available, which obviously will be way more available now due to the fact that you get the reset. Additionally, now you want to use Lightning Shield over Water Shield because you have the Rolling Thunder and Fulmination talent. Every single time you have 9 stacks of Lightning Shield, you want to use Earth Shock on the target, which is basically like a big hitting spell now, so we're no longer ignoring that, and it's an additional thing that gets added to our rotation. One important thing I forgot to tell you about is the talent called Totemic Wrath. Any fire talent now increases the spell power of parties and raid members within 100 yards by 10%. This is the same buff as Demo provides, so you can use any fire totem and still provide the raid buff. That is quite important, obviously. You still want to use your fire alley, preferably with snapshots. You have to keep in mind the fight lengths are very short already, so trying to snapshot your fire alley with the highest spell power but only getting 15 seconds or 20 seconds uptime might be less value than just using it off the rip and getting a 45-second to 1 minute uptime. Now let's talk about the gear set that you're most likely going to be using in pre-patch. First up, you still want to use your force set, of course, very important. You will be using mostly mail anyway because you were only using the off piece on your bracers, your boots, and technically your belt if you are using the ICC belt still. So what you want to do is either have the Blood Queen's Crimson Choker, which you can reforge the Critical Strike into Mastery or Spirit if needed. You can obviously still use the Hit Neck as well if you have nothing else that you can use. For the bracers, you want to go back to the ICC bracers just due to the fact that they are mail. So I wouldn't even go out and get the leather or cloth bracers from Ruby Sanctum anymore because it won't be that useful. For the belt, obviously you want to be using the 25-man heroic Ruby Sanctum belt, and for the boots you have a few options. So first up, the best option would be the Boots of Divided Being, which basically come from Halion 10-man heroic, which no one is really doing. So the second options could be the crafted boots called Earth Soul boots, but you can also go the boots from Lady Death Whisper, which are item level 277 with a blue and red socket, so that's actually fine because blue sockets, you know, spell power and spirit won't be that bad for us. Then you also have the 41 mana per 5, which we get transferred into Spirit, which gives us hit. So they are quite a good pickup. I would recommend getting them because no one really wants them anyway. So it's really easy to obtain. Now for the rings, the best option obviously would be the 25-man healer ring, which gives you spirit equals to hit. If you can't get it, you can still be using the Valana's other signet ring, which gives you hit, haste, and spell power. Obviously, you can also use the Loop of Endless Labyrinth because it gives you 52 hit, which is a little more, and you can reforge the Critical Strike into something else. Then for trinkets, it's not really changing at all. You use Phylactery and the chart Twilight Scale. Especially the scale will be very useful for pre-patch or even now because not needing to wait to have your DFO stacked is very, very good. You can immediately shoot out your Fire Alley with a decent amount of spell power without losing a lot of uptime. That's basically all the changes, and if you don't know, you want to rock a full mail set because in pre-patch you're getting 5% main stat, which will be intellect, if you're wearing your respective armor type, which for obviously paladins will be plate, for us it will be mail, and so on. So it is very important to do so. So, you know, make sure you are working on a full mail set, otherwise you're losing out on a lot of free damage. And I want to say again that this list is not the go-to best option. This is a good set that gets you to hit cap. Obviously with the gem changes that are going into place, spell power going to intellect, and who knows what other ratios change with all the gems. You will be using a lot of spirit gems, maybe instead of using a hit piece or something along the lines, so you can use a different piece. Totally possible. Also, you have to keep in mind that if you are Alliance and you are a Space Goat, you get 1% hit for free, so you have less of a worry in pre-patch as well. This is just a helpful guideline. This is everything I can give you for today. If there's any updates, obviously I will make an updated video. If you cannot get a full mail set, don't worry, it's also just pre-patch, so if you are not immediately gaining the 5% stat bonus, it's not the end of the world. This is me for now though, so see you in the next video. Bye bye.
Impact. Cheap shot. Illumination. Cleanse. Link. Shadow step. Camera. Just fire ward. Holy shock. Stealth. Judge. Mana shield. Sprint. Holy shock. Cleanse. Stealth. Judge. Cheap shot. Mana shield. Forbearance down. Judge. Counter. Cleanse. Freedom. Holy shock. Remove curse. Protection down. Sack down. Counter. Forbearance down. Cleanse. Charge. Cleanse. Ice. Holy shock. Countered. Blink. Judge. Holy shock. Blink. Holy shock. Mana shield. Death. Seal vengeance. Judge. Icy gains down. Holy shock. Mana shield.
Well, this is very unfun. What the fuck? I think I'm just gonna queue AV or some shit for honor.
Impact. Freedom. Holy shock. Stealth. Remove curse. Cleanse. Blast wave. Mana shield. Fire. Holy shock. Remove curse. Judge. Cheap shot. Holy shock. Shadow step. Counter. Holy shock. Cleanse. 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 Blast wave. Cleanse. Holy shock. Spell. Judge. Damage stain. Counter spell. Blink. Death. Cheap judge. Mana shield. Blast wave. Impact. Stealth. Judge. Cheap shock. Holy shock. Seal vengeance. Invis. Charge. Holy shock. Protection down. Death. Judge. Success. Counter. Cleanse. Mana shield. Cleanse. Judge. Cleanse. Cleanse. Holy shock. Blink. Stealth. Judge. Counterspell. Holy shock. Mana shield. Stealth. Holy shock.
Hey peeps, welcome back to another video. Today I want to talk about Ellie in pre-patch and a few changes that are happening. I already made a video talking about all the changes going from Battle to Lich King into Cataclysm, but the pre-patch will also be a little bit of a different story. Now let's talk about the obvious thing, the stuff you get when you select Elemental Shaman. First up, we get our Thunderstorm ability for free at level 10. We get Elemental Fury, which basically just increases the critical strike damage by 100%, and very importantly, removes the cooldown from your Chain Lightning. Meaning in pre-patch you can use Chain Lightning as much as you want. It's actually very amazing on cleave fights, where we also will be getting a glyph that makes Chain Lightning hit up to 5 targets. So on Sauerfang, this actually could be quite insane because you're just obliterating the adds. Next up on the list will be Elemental Overload. And you might be wondering, okay, we already had that in our talents, you know, a 33% chance to proc a second spell doing 50% of the damage. Now it's something called Mastery. Every spec has a different mastery, and for us it's just Elemental Overload. Important notice is that it now includes Lava Burst, but it does start at 16% baseline. So you have a 16% chance to overload, meaning you want to have a lot of mastery because each point of mastery increases the chance of elemental overload by an additional 2%. So in pre-patch there's something called reforging, where you could take a stat of an item and reforge it into another stat for, I think it's about 60% of the value. So you're not getting one-to-one conversion, but getting a lot of mastery in pre-patch will be important because this will be doing a lot of your damage with a double Lava Burst cast, especially with the new talents which give you resets on Lava Burst. And importantly to notice is that Elemental Overload will now be doing 75% of the spell's damage instead of 50%. Now let's talk about the talents in pre-patch. So in the first row, I'm taking everything. The middle talent points you can put anywhere you really want, because the middle talent only gives you 10% mana reduction. These two talents you can actually put into reducing your shock spells, you can also put them into reducing damage taken. What you can also do is put 1 point of that into Earthquake and the other point you can just leave in the mana reduction. The reason why I'm not really taking Earthquake is because it won't be as useful on many fights. You can precast it on Sauerfang or Lich King for a little bit of extra damage, and you can technically use it in Ruby Sanctum. When you move through the boss with the Comet, you can use Spirit Walker's Grace and cast Earthquake while moving, which will be hitting all the adds. The spell power ratio on that spell just isn't that great, and especially with a 2.5 second cast, with a spell that's lasting 10 seconds, it takes a lot of time for the damage to go off really, and the adds will die super quick in pre-patch, and they are already dying really quickly. Then another very important thing is Elemental Precision, which we already had, but now it also grants you spell hit equal to 3% of any spirit gains for the items or effect. So we get spirit into hit, meaning this is going to be super good for us to actually use spirit for once when we had no interaction with it for so many expansions. So in pre-patch, since we're also losing the Boomkin and Shadow Priest debuff of the 3% hit, this is coming quite in handy. MP5 in pre-patch will transform into spirit, so you can pick up the healer ring from Ruby Sanctum, you can use the Lady Death Whisper boots, I'm pretty sure, which are male, who also have MP5 on them, but you obviously will have spirit in pre-patch to get a little bit of extra hit. We will talk about a set that Sated from the Elemental Shaman Discord put together. It's not quite done yet, but it's something that we can look to basically to have a little bit of an idea what to use. Now, very importantly is Rolling Thunder and Fulmination. Obviously, those two talents are quite amazing. We get mana back, Lightning Shield charges, and we will use Earth Shock with these Lightning Shield charges. So another spell in our rotation. Elemental Mastery is getting changed. You actually have a damage cooldown now on a 3-minute cooldown. We have Feedback, which is our talent that's basically our ICC2 set, but with 3 seconds. And also shortly talking about the ICC set, we are getting an ICC2 set nerf. Instead of 2 seconds per lightning bolt and chain lightning, it will be 1 second. You can actually go on the Wowhead Cataclysm database and type in our tier set, and you can see that it's only 1 second. So we are getting a little nerf, but so are other specs. Then we have Lava Surge, which gives you a Flame Shock periodic damage, takes a 20% chance to reset the cooldown of your Lava Burst spell. So multi-dotting also with the glyph of Flame Shock will be super easy because it increases the duration of Flame Shock by 50%. So you get a lot of resets on your Lava Burst cooldown, which is why I said you will need Elemental Overload to have a lot of mastery points, since you want to have as much overload percent chance as you can with getting Lava Burst resets. Then in the second talent tree, we're going to the Enhancement Shamans with the Elemental Weapons, which just increases the passive bonus of Flame Tongue Weapon. And then we want to put our last 3 points into Improved Shields, just due to the fact that this gives you a 15% damage increase on a Lightning Shield ults, which obviously interacts with Fulmination and Earth Shock. This is basically all we can take. We can only have 36 talent points in pre-patch, and then once you level from 80 to 85, you will get 5 more talent points. The reason why we have less talent points is simply because the talent trees got smaller, and you only get 1 talent point every second level from level 12 until 80, and then like I said, you get 5 talent points from 80 80 to 85. Now let's talk about the glyphs. They aren't adding new glyphs, but rather reworking the old ones. Lava Burst gives you just 10% more damage to Lava Burst instead of 10% more scaling of spell power. Lightning Bolt unfortunately is staying at 4% for some odd reason. Flame Shock gives you a 50% increased duration on Flame Shock. Chain Lightning now hits 5 people instead of 3. It used to obviously be 4 with the glyph, and the initial damage of Chain Lightning hit will be reduced by 10% with that glyph. We could also get the Unleashed Lightning glyph, pretty sure in pre-patch, because it only requires Inscription 385, and the reagents that you need are from Wrath of the Lich King, so we will be able to move and cast in pre-patch. Now let's talk about the playstyle in pre-patch. You still want to do Lightning Bolt on single target, keeping up your Flame Shock and using Lava Burst whenever it's available, which obviously will be way more available now due to the fact that you get the reset. Additionally, now you want to use Lightning Shield over Water Shield because you have the Rolling Thunder and Fulmination talent. Every single time you have 9 stacks of Lightning Shield, you want to use Earth Shock on the target, which is basically like a big hitting spell now, so we're no longer ignoring that, and it's an additional thing that gets added to our rotation. One important thing I forgot to tell you about is the talent called Totemic Wrath. Any fire talent now increases the spell power of parties and raid members within 100 yards by 10%. This is the same buff as Demo provides, so you can use any fire totem and still provide the raid buff. That is quite important, obviously. You still want to use your fire alley, preferably with snapshots. You have to keep in mind the fight lengths are very short already, so trying to snapshot your fire alley with the highest spell power but only getting 15 seconds or 20 seconds uptime might be less value than just using it off the rip and getting a 45-second to 1 minute uptime. Now let's talk about the gear set that you're most likely going to be using in pre-patch. First up, you still want to use your force set, of course, very important. You will be using mostly mail anyway because you were only using the off piece on your bracers, your boots, and technically your belt if you are using the ICC belt still. So what you want to do is either have the Blood Queen's Crimson Choker, which you can reforge the Critical Strike into Mastery or Spirit if needed. You can obviously still use the Hit Neck as well if you have nothing else that you can use. For the bracers, you want to go back to the ICC bracers just due to the fact that they are mail. So I wouldn't even go out and get the leather or cloth bracers from Ruby Sanctum anymore because it won't be that useful. For the belt, obviously you want to be using the 25-man heroic Ruby Sanctum belt, and for the boots you have a few options. So first up, the best option would be the Boots of Divided Being, which basically come from Halion 10-man heroic, which no one is really doing. So the second options could be the crafted boots called Earth Soul boots, but you can also go the boots from Lady Death Whisper, which are item level 277 with a blue and red socket, so that's actually fine because blue sockets, you know, spell power and spirit won't be that bad for us. Then you also have the 41 mana per 5, which we get transferred into Spirit, which gives us hit. So they are quite a good pickup. I would recommend getting them because no one really wants them anyway. So it's really easy to obtain. Now for the rings, the best option obviously would be the 25-man healer ring, which gives you Spirit equals to hit. If you can't get it, you can still be using the Valana's other signet ring, which gives you hit, haste, and spell power. Obviously, you can also use the Loop of Endless Labyrinth because it gives you 52 hit, which is a little more, and you can reforge the Critical Strike into something else. Then for trinkets, it's not really changing at all. You use Phylactery and the Chart Twilight Scale. Especially the scale will be very useful for pre-patch or even now because not needing to wait to have your DFO stacked is very, very good. You can immediately shoot out your Fire Alley with a decent amount of spell power without losing a lot of uptime. That's basically all the changes, and if you don't know, you want to rock a full mail set because in pre-patch you're getting 5% main stat, which will be intellect, if you're wearing your respective armor type, which for obviously paladins will be plate, for us it will be mail, and so on. So it is very important to do so. So, you know, make sure you are working on a full mail set, otherwise you're losing out on a lot of free damage. And I want to say again that this list is not the go-to best option. This is a good set that gets you to hit cap, obviously with the gem changes that are going into place, spell power going to intellect, and who knows, what other ratios change with all the gems. You will be using a lot of spirit gems, maybe instead of using a hit piece or something along the lines, so you can use a different piece. Totally possible. Also, you have to keep in mind that if you are Alliance and you are a Space Goat, you get 1% hit for free, so you have less of a worry in pre-patch as well. This is just a helpful guideline. This is everything I can give you for today. If there's any updates, obviously I will make an updated video. If you cannot get a full mail set, don't worry, it's also just pre-patch, so if you are not immediately gaining the 5% stat bonus, it's not the end of the world. This is me for now though, so see you in the next video. Bye bye.
Yeah, there's a special place in hell for Alliance who defend. Just fucking get the game over with.
Hey guys, what's going on? We got a Elemental Shaman PvP guide here. It's a little bit late in the season, but there has been quite a few changes along the way. And 10.2.6 is gonna release very soon, as well as they already announced 10.3 will be out
No, I want like a
in
Wrath
several
guide with that,
weeks
or a cata.
afterwards. So who knows what changes are to come anyways, but yeah, this will be the up to
What a bunch of little fucking shitheads. Like that actually does like it stops us for a couple of seconds, and like having just a couple of seconds lead over the enemy team like could actually win you the game. 'Cause everyone just rushes to the bosses. Fucking hate team players like that. Mainly if they're on the alliance side. And 100% there's gonna be some fucking asshole druid or some, yeah, druid with a knockback on the bridge, just like last game.
Welcome to my how to play element.
Bro, what? This one dude dies and he awards 0.77 honor? What is this shit? ago that's relevant to this day, apparently.
Hello guys, it's Skylar here on Laserbeam PvP, doing a Thrive video on how to make your PvP spec for an Elemental Shaman, and also how to do gem, glyph, you know, what to prioritize when it comes to dealing damage, what to do to, you know, defend yourself a little bit, and then a couple added notes and tips and macros that really help. So we're going to start by choosing a Shaman specialization, and we're going to go ahead and pick Elemental to receive our powerful bonus. So Thunderstorm, it's a knockback, can do it while stunned, slows the targets, and gives you mana back. It's all around good. Shamanism increases your, basically how hard your spells hit and reduces their cast time, which is amazing. Elemental Fury doubles your damage from spell crits. And Elemental Overload is your mastery, and it basically makes it so you send a secondary attack. The more mastery you have, the more often it does it, and the secondary attack does 75% damage. Let's go, Elemental. Alright, I'm going to show you my Arena spec for being kind of serious in Arena and playing rather defensively. And I'll point out the differences because a lot of top Shamans have different specs. But everybody gets Concussion, so that's mandatory. Just damage done by all your spells, basically. Convection is next, reduces the mana cost. In Arena, mana can be an issue, so you have to have this. Next, Call of the Flame, you have to have this, 2 out of 2. Increases damage by Lava Burst, increases fire damage from totems, and increases Fire Nova Tamer. Fire Nova, don't care about. Fire Totems, pretty handy. Lava Burst, what you need. Next, Reverberation, a must. You have to have 2 out of 2 Reverberation. Reduces cooldown of Wind Shear by 10 seconds, which makes it a 5-second cooldown. So you have to have that. Next, now you have a choice. You can either go full defensive and get the magic, and then instead of using Spirit to get hit, you get gems and you do enchants and you know, get gear that gives you hit instead of Spirit. So you can choose that, or you can choose getting rid of the magic damage and instead using Spirit. I play offensively, and I don't really mind not having 3 out of 3 here. So that's just my choice, but if you're new, I would definitely go Elemental Warding. Next, Elemental Reach, makes everything cast at a farther range. Elemental Focus, whenever you crit, you get a buff called Clear Casting, and in that state,
Thanks for helping me defend people.
Spells that are healing or magic damage are gonna cost 40% less mana, so that's really, really nice. Next is mandatory also, Rolling Thunder. Gives you a chance to get your mana back, and it also builds up Lightning Charge, or Lightning Shield charges up to 9. So absolutely have to have those. All 3 of these you need. Next is Elemental Oath. You have to have it whenever you are in a clear cast from critting. You do 10% more spell damage. And it also gives you and all your raid and party members a 5% crit chance bonus. Next, Lava Flows increases your damage of your Lava Burst crits, the ticks of your Flame Shock, and whenever your Flame Shock is dispelled, you heal, or cast, really, really fast. So you have to have that. There's no way around it. You have to have that. Next, Fulmination. It works with Rolling Thunder, the thing that gives you Lightning Shield charges. It just hits like a truck, so why not have it? And your set bonus makes it so this builds up even quicker. So, your PvP set bonus. You look right here, the 4th set, instead of consuming, it charges your Lightning Shield whenever you take damage. So, get that. Elemental Mastery, it is your cooldown based damage buff, and hits like Icy Veins and all that shit. Increases your haste and spell power, and it also makes your first cast that's a damage spell, it's going to make it instant cast. So, absolutely needed. Next, Totemic Wrath, it gives everybody near you 10% more spell power whenever you have a Flame Totem down, of any of them. So, you have to have that. Next is Lava Surge. You need this. Flame Shocks periodically, well, when they tick, give you Lava Burst back. So you can do Lava Burst after Lava Burst after Lava Burst if you're getting lucky. So that's needed. Now that you have 3 or 4 more points you need to put in here, 4 more points to put in here, and that's where you want to put them. I like being offensive, so I like having 3 to 3 in feedback. Feedback, basically whenever I use a lightning spell, gives me my elemental mastery, my cooldown spell. It reduces the cooldown on it by 3 seconds, and that adds up quick. You'll get your elemental mastery every like minute and a half, 2 minutes if you're playing right. So those are my preferences. However, in a PvP arena, I would get at least 1 point in Earth's Grasp, maybe 2. Earthquake, you do not need an arena. It's useless in arena. But in rated battlegrounds, it's almost invaluable on like not capture the flag, but things like a Wrathy Basin. You can put that on top of a flag, and there's no way for them to do it. So you just have to use it every cooldown, of course. So I'm going to pick 1 into Earth's Grasp just to open the next trees. These challenges right here are the same for pretty much Resto and Elemental. You get elemental weapons, increases the benefit of your unleashed elements and also your weapon enchants by a lot. Next is improved shields, and that's just because focus strike doesn't help me because I don't use either of those abilities ever. So improved shield increases the damage done by my lava or lightning shield, which also increases the damage done by fulmination because it's going to be 15% more damage. And next is Ancestral Swiftness. Ghost Wolf is instant cast, you run faster, yay. And then Spark of Life is mandatory for Arena. You need these points, are not negotiable. You need each of these things over here. These 10 points are a must. It's these 31. There's a little bit of change. You can do a couple different things with. So that's your standard spec. That's what you want minimal wise. And this is an offensive build. Like I said, you can have feedback and put that into elemental warding and be more defensive. Whatever you need to do, whatever your issue is, and whatever your playstyle is, cater your spec to you. The top 10 shamans on each battle group have different elemental specs, so there's no 100% guaranteed right way. Now I'm going to show you the absolutely mandatory prime glyphs. That's Lava Burst and Unleash Lightning. Lava Burst glyph just increases its damage. Unleash Lightning lets you cast Lightning Bolt while moving. So, needed. Now you have a choice. You have either Lightning Bolt or Flame Shock. Flame Shock, if you're lazy, you only have to apply it every 30 seconds instead of every 15 seconds. So, that's optional. And then Lightning Bolt, optional. It just depends how you're playing. If you're going to be a total tryhard, Lightning Bolt's the way to go, because I'll show you a trick in a minute for Flame Shock, so you can be perfectionist or you can just be easy. And using Flame Shock is definitely easier, so I would use that if you're just now trying out LE for the first time. Here's mandatory major glyphs. It's Hex, reduces the cooldown, extremely straightforward. The other mandatory one is Stoneclaw Totem. It gives you a shield for like 16,000 damage. You have to have Stoneclaw Totem, so that's huge. Now the next two you get a pick. You get either Glyph of Thunder or Glyph of Elemental Mastery. If you're getting raped in Arena, Elemental Mastery is basically like a crappy bark skin, so I would get that if you're getting raped in Arena. But if you are good with your Thunderstorms, it just takes practice, might as well lower the cooldown on it and make it a 35-second cooldown. So that's what I prefer. The next, there's only 2 things important about your minor glyphs. One of them, you want renewed life. For world PvP, if you're outside an arena and you dismount and fall to your death, you can just onk and not miss the queue or not have to leave the queue. So that's actually, in my opinion, worth having. And then the other, you cannot get Glyph of Thunderstorm. It no longer has the enemy knockback, and that will fuck you really, really hard. So do not get Glyph of Thunderstorm ever. It's a worthless glyph. Do not get it. And then the other 2 are up to you. Ancestral Recall for Hearthing and looking Arctic or whatever you want. So that's glyphs. Next, I'm going to show you spell like gems and stuff like that, enchants. Basically, what you care about is having your hit. I'm in half PvE here right now, so my hit's way high. You need 4% hit. Once you have that, and you can get that through either Spirit from Elemental Precision, or you can just go actual hit. Doesn't matter. It's whatever build you have. That's what you do. So you need hit, and then you need spell penetration, which should just come from your cloak. You get to spell pen cloak. That's all you ever need for spell penetration. And once you have those 2 minimums, you're going to prioritize intellect. That's number 1. and then after that you're going to prioritize haste. Haste is your most valuable, like, secondary attribute. There's just no way around it. Haste really helps. It makes lava surge quicker and more likely, makes you cast faster. Just, you know, what you need is haste. So everything you need to do, put it in there, make it intellect and then haste. So that's like me going for my set bonus, you know? Bam. I get intellect, haste, and intellect and spirit for my hit. I'm gonna record my real PvP set, it's a little better. Bam. Hit. Oh, I still have pieces. Oh, I can't do that right now. So I'm closer to 4. So I have to get rid of the spirit on this and turn it into haste, and then I'll be pretty much optimized for this character. So once you have haste, enchants, mastery is probably good, but I would just use everything you can get.
I feel like I'm always getting
40
singled
stamina. I had that in my bag and I'm lazy, and these are the best ones. But once I get my conquest ones, I'll put haste on them. Just everything you can goes to haste. Alright, now I'm Thunder Bluff in my PvP spec that I do rated battlegrounds with and PGs with. I'm just going to show you a couple tips for spell priority, and then defensive spell priority, and then just notes, you know, kind of author's notes on things you can do in Shaman play in general to really improve yourself. So, offensive spell priority, you always want your totems down. Make sure you have Healing Stream totem down. Usually, unless you're getting mana back through drinking, there's no reason to have mana sprite down, because it doesn't really help you. It doesn't do enough mana, and you almost always have a mana buff anyways. So Healing Stream totem down, and we'll do a surprising amount of healing throughout the match. So keep that shit going. So once you have your totems down, on your target you should always be doing something. Even if it's just lightning bolt spamming, that's fine. Just lightning bolt spam. It's still a great amount of damage. Like, you will not be wasting your time just by doing that. Now make sure your totem is, or your weapon is enchanted so you can use Unleash Elements. And make sure whenever you're in combat, your totem is attacking. This target has Flame Shock, so my totem knows to target this. And then Fulmination is next in priority. Fulmination is great damage. There's just no way around it. And now I'm going to show you a tip for keeping Flame Shock on your target. It's pretty handy, and if you want to be real try hard and not use this glyph like I am, this is the way to do it. So, Flame Shock's on my target right now, and Lava Burst is ready, and Unleash Elements is ready. So I'm going to use Unleash Elements, now I'm going to use Lava Burst and Flame Shock. Now both of them benefited from my Unleash Elements, which increases fire damage down by like 3%. So, both of them got the buff, which means I'm doing a lot more damage with Flame Shock. It's a good thing to do that. And the Flame Shock will do, you know, 30% more damage, and that's just by clipping. So I'll show you one more time what I'm talking about. Make sure everything's off cooldown. So Unleash Elements, and then Lava Burst while hitting Flame Shock. Both gain from Unleash Elements. And they're both doing 30% more damage. And since the cooldown on Unleash Elements is 15 seconds, when the unglyphed version of Flame Shock is 15 seconds, you can always have Flame Shock and Lava Burst buffed. There I got a Lava Surge buff, proc, and then I got a Mastery proc. So you can see the raw damage I can do is rather ridiculous. I'm pulling 17k DPS right now. I'm not even like trying at all. I'm just kind of randomly spamming. So your Shaman damage is pretty ridiculous. One thing you can do is whenever you use a spell power trinket or something, set your totem down again, and it will increase its damage. So it takes a snapshot of your stats whenever you place a totem, and that's your totem's stats. This is the screenshot when you placed it. So every time you get a proc or you use an unused trinket, you drop your fire totem and make sure it's hitting your target, because it does a good amount of damage. Next is defensive. You can see all the buttons. All the important buttons are right in the middle of my screen. Defensive. Stoneclaw Totem, if they're on you, every 20 seconds you need to use this spell. It's extremely handy, and there's just no reason not to be putting that shield on yourself constantly. Next, these defensive things also entail my macros. and those are stop casting macros. So very, very handy. For my wind shears, for example, my wind shear macro has a stop cast and it's scroll up. My focus wind shear has a stop cast and it's scroll down. So that's my focus target. And this is my target. Let's say I'm casting, my focus starts, boom, I can interrupt. And I won't get juked. I'm gonna be able to juke them, watch again, boom. And I'm wind shearing my focus target. And that's just through hitting scroll down. And bam, I'm gonna do it instantly. Some healers will kind of wait till you start casting, and then they'll start casting and not juke, because you're mid-cast. They don't expect you to interrupt them. And so, let's say they're casting, and then boom, you just interrupt them straight up, and then you cast right in their face, and they can't do anything to stop you. And that's rather enjoyable. You know, just right in their face, blowing them up, and they can't do anything to really prevent you from dealing damage to their team. So that's stop cast macros. Another one is when melee are on you, you don't want them to catch your nature line necessarily while you're running and casting lightning bolt. They can kick you. So I have a macro that I'm actually going to show off called my Ghost. It's just my Ghost Wolf macro, and it has a stop cast macro in it and turns me Ghost Wolf. So I just click Ghost Wolf, and boom, kick them, and they're on me. Bam, I'm Ghost Wolf mid cast. I can just go it. So there's some basic ones. Don't use grounding totem every cooldown. Make sure you catch something important with it. Soul swaps, surges, stuff like that. And then you got focus macros, you know, your modifier macros. Pretty much everybody nowadays uses these. So make sure you have one for your hex, and if you use keybinds to wind shear, make sure you have one like this, or at least have focus wind shear. Every 5 seconds you need to be catching, you know, something. And then here's my fancy healing macro. Time Lincoln and I both use these. It's a scroll over. So if I'm not, so like I'll scroll over the guard and I'm gonna cure him. See, he's getting cured. Well, let's say I don't have a target, it will cure me. Let's say I cure over me. Let's say I have him targeted, but I mouse over me, it will cure me. So it prioritizes whoever you're scrolling over or mousing over, and if not that, it does you or your target. So it's real handy. So let's say I have this and I have not scrolling over, it does him. So it's just a good overall macro. We have that for each of our heals too, so like chain heal. For resto, I have that set up with that same macro, and that's really, really handy. So that's just a couple tips. Hopefully the guide worked for you. It's been Skylar with Laser Beam PvP and Thrive. Good luck with your Elemental Shaman PvP adventures. Yeah.
fucking why me out of like 40 people is like, get someone else, asshole. Mm. Taste my lightning, fuck. Cheat death.
what's going on, guys. I'm so sorry if you happen to watch.
This guy has a fucked up mic. What is this, 12 years ago?
The first version of this video with that terrible sound quality. We're trying out different sorts of audio methods to make sure our sound quality is great. As you know, we use some various equipment here. We're in early days of the channel, very, very early days, and we tend to get some stuttering on the audio. It's not as good as we want. So we're trying different sort of setups out. But I wanted to get this video out anyway, so we've gone back to our original methods of doing things just to bang this video out for you guys and get it up to date. Because I saw some people, we had sort of 100 views before it managed to take it down. So let's get back into it. It's Elemental Shaman Day, and Elemental Shamans are rocking and rolling these days. They've had a nice damage boost because of changes towards the Fire Elemental and so on. They were a little bit far behind, but now they've pushed them back up into the balance, as always happens with Blizzard. Never worry. I see a lot of people asking me, do you think this class is going to be top DPS by the time it comes out? Doesn't matter about being top DPS, guys, as long as your class is competitive, because we're all pretty even at the moment in the DPS world. We're quite happy with just bringing a player who's playing it decently over a specific class. Once our raid composition is set, we're happy with that, and Elemental Shamans are right back up there again. So we're going to use the usual story, guys. We're going to do talents, we're going to do glyphs, we're going to do everything about playing your class in this first part, and then second part we're going to run you through a heroic, and we're going to show you exactly how to rock and roll and really be a total baller and a boss on your early days shaman. So this is Bang, EU Sylvanas, B-A-N-G, bang bang. Any get questions about my UI, guys, just check my channel. There's a full UI video on there. What we're talking about with Bang. Bang, if you ever saw the Restoration Shaman, I did a bit of a challenge there. I took him in with no enchants. He was wearing greens. He had item level 329. And I healed a full heroic without any enchants, any gemming whatsoever. So since then he's advanced a little touch, but his elemental gear was a little bit behind his resto gear, mainly the trinkets. We had some decent trinkets, and that's brought him up to item level 337. So I've tried to keep it as basic as possible, guys, because I always like to do the initial basic video, which is what these are, looking from a perspective of somebody who's just capped, just hit level 85 and wants to dive into the heroics and start getting some gear together. What you don't want to be doing is throwing thousands of gold at your character where he's wearing his greens and his blues and his very, very low gear, and then just replacing it very, very quickly, either by getting an epic item within a couple of days of getting some points, or even one day if you're hardcore farming, and then having to regem and re-enchant it again all the way there. So this is Bang. He's got he's got 0 enchants. Absolutely 0 enchants, not an enchant amongst him. So how do we look at this? We've just capped, just a little affair. We want to get into a dungeon. We don't want to be kicked. We don't want to be abused. We've got all these elitist arseholes running around now looking for dungeon who are saying, you're not doing 20k DPS. You're so bad. Please get out of my dungeon. I can't believe you squandered me with your presence. We don't want that, guys. So what do we do? First of all, reforging. Reforging is extremely cheap. If you didn't know, reforging is based on the item, okay, guys? So let's look at what we're looking for. First of all, we obviously want male items. We want male items generally with some spirit on and intellect. We want intellect male items. We don't want our agi stuff that our hunter boys play with. We want the intellect male that our resto shaman brothers are also wearing, alright, guys? Now, first things first, we want spell hit. We need to be able to hit our mobs, because if you haven't got capped spell hit, either you're going to miss completely, or it's going to be partially resisted, and a lot of the damage is wasted off a cast that you just made. So you want to be making sure you hit. The hit cap is 17%. Look in your spell, in your character pane, go to spell, go to hit, check your hit percentage. You're not going to be able to hit cap in very early gear without having to do something ridiculous like gemming for hit, and we never want to gem for hit, guys. I'll talk about that shortly. So we're looking to get hit from spirit. Male elemental shamans have a talent that turns spirit into hit, so we're not wasting that items, and that also allows Blizzard to create good items that can be used both for resto and elemental. So we want our 17% hit cap. So what we've got to do is a stat priority. Our number one stat across everything all the time is intellect. As an elemental shaman, intellect, intellect, intellect. More spell power, more mana, more casts. Everything we do is hitting harder. Intellect is the key. We can't reforge for intellect. So what do we do then is we look at our other stats. What else is important? So we want intellect items, great. The next most important is hit or spirit. So we need to get hit and spirit together. Now remember, if you've got an item that's got spirit and you're way below the hit cap, you can turn another stat into just hit, and then you've got spirit and hit on the same item if you're really, really low. Okay, that is a little tip for you there. After that becomes haste. Haste is the next most important, and mastery.
Alright guys, haste and mastery are very, very close to each other. An elemental shaman's mastery, elemental overload. Every time you fire off a spell, such as lightning bolt, chain lightning, lava burst, it has a chance to copy that spell and fire it again for free with a little bit of reduced damage on it. So haste and mastery are sort of together in how powerful they are. Way at the bottom though is crit. Crit is right down in the basement. Crit is not very good for us. We get crit from talents. We have guaranteed crits from stuff like lava burst. So crit is not particularly great for us guys, alright? So we want to use as much hits as possible that we can get. Then we want haste and mastery on the item. And then if we've got crit on the item, that is our first protocol to reforge. Let's have a quick goosey at what we've got going on over here. Okay, so we had some Ionic Gloves, item level 333. They came with some Spirit, and they came with Crit. So what I've done there is just taken off that Crit, like we said, and turned that into Haste. Haste is always good, guys. Every little bit of Haste is going to give us a shorter global cooldown, allow us to fire off extra spells. Things like Flame Shock are going to tick that extra one. Really good, guys. Get some Haste on there. So get rid of that Crit straight away. Moving down, we've got some Green Belt. Already had Haste on it. Left that well alone. A Spirit Haste Belt. Yummy, yummy. Now these legs are from my healing spec. I haven't got anything to replace them with. That's why it's got that 20 and 20 spirit gem in there. Let me just talk to you a little bit about that. They had mastery on anyway. Mastery is as good as haste, so I've left it well alone. When you're gemming, you want to gem for intellect as much as humanly possible. Now what you want to do is look at an item. What is the bonus if I gem it properly? If it's not 20 intellect, you need to be putting a red gem in there and ignoring the bonus. Now, because this is from my resto set, that has got a 20 spirit gem in there. It's not too bad because I needed some hit, but it's not ideal. I should have 2 red gems in there, guys. But I've got the red gem in there and a purple gem just to get me that extra spirit that I use, which is majoritarily restoration is what I play on this guy. All right, guys? Again, we got these boots. Nothing special. I had mastery on. Mastery's fine. A spirit haste ring, fine. Just going down all the same sort of story. We had some crit on there and no spirit, so I've just gone ahead and turned that crit into spirit. Ideally, you want to be turning things into spirit because spirit is a base stat, and when you get things like Blessing of Kins, a Mark of the Wild, that is going to be buffed a little touch more, so you're going to get a little touch more hit. All right, guys, something to bear in mind. We've got the trinket just from alchemy, that is his only epic. The rest of it is just the 3 red gems to activate the Mater gem. You want the burning gem. The burning Mater gem is going to give you 54 intellect and 3% increased crit damage. I well recommend picking up this gem and activating it if possible, even with cheap red gems. 54 intellect and 3% increased critical damage is such a huge bonus to you, especially when you're firing off big fat lava bursts. Alright guys, so that is the general spec. As you see, no enchants. Let's get into the talents on our bad boy Bang. What up? Elemental tree, obviously. Okay, nothing spectacular in the elemental tree. Could do with a little bit of a revamp, I think. But let's look at it anyway. Concussion, increases damage done by lightning bolt, chain lightning, thunderstorm, blah, blah, blah. Nothing special there, just a flat damage boost. Of course, we want that. Convection, you're going to need convection in these early days. 10% reduced mana on your damaging offensive spells is huge and will stop you having these mana issues. We do have mana issues in the early days as an elemental shaman, especially if you start casting idiot spells like Earthquake. You're going to have some mana issues. We've got Thunderstorm to offset that a little bit, but it's not always there, and we want to make sure we can DPS all the time, and we're not thinking about using something crazy like mana potions. Just really bad news. Acuity, increase your crit chance. This is why crit's so garbage, because we get things like Acuity, increase the 3% crit chance. Call of Flame, our first interesting talent. Increase the damage done by a fire totems of fire nova by 20%, and the damage of your lava burst spell by 10%. Now we want to be keeping lava burst on cooldown all the damn time, guys, so it's really important that you get this talent. But let's look at this. This is where our AoE comes from. You might think it comes from Earthquake, but it doesn't. Earthquake is not going to shatter the buildings around you. It's absolute garbage. It's like the pizza that's been left on the floor for a week. Really don't like Earthquake. It needs a full revamp. A good idea that went wrong by Blizzard. But now we've got Call of Flame, which gives us another option for AoE. When your fire nova damages a target, the duration of your flame shock effect on that target is increased by up to 6 seconds. What does this mean? It means we can spread our flame shocks all around. We can flame shock one target, we can flame shock another one, and using fire nova to keep regenerating these flame shocks. They're not going to expire. So if we've got a heavy AoE situation, we can keep flame shock ticking on absolutely everything. Problem with it, it takes a little while to get going, especially on multiple targets. Might not always benefit in the heroics as much as we'd like, but it's a good source of AoE. One issue with it is our flame totem, which causes the fire nova. It needs to be near the mobs, obviously, and as a range class, that's not always ideal for us. Our main flame totem is going to be Searing Totem, even over Magma Totem. In the AoE situations, we're going to be using Searing Totem. It needs to be close enough. It can cause us some little issues, and we'll look at that in the heroic demonstration. Reverberation, reduce the cooldown of your shock and wind shear by 1 second. Do we need 2 points to get that down by a second? Because we have 2 shocks as an elemental shaman. We have flame shock, which we need to keep up to make our lava burst crit, and plus it's a great source of damage in itself. But we also have this talent fulmination we'll get to in a second. Now the problem we have as an Ellie shaman is that sometimes flame shock and fulmination, which means an earth shock by the way, do not always line up ideally. So when you get your fulmination and you want to fire off your earth shock, your flame shock might be about to expire, and everything inside you says you want to fire off that big fulmination. Forget that. You need your flame shock to be ticking all the damn time, guys. So this is where this comes in handy, just to give us that flexibility to maybe get an extra second in there so we can get our earth shock off and our flame shock together and keep both of them running nicely. Elemental precision, increase your damage by 3%, fine. But this is the talent that also turns our spirit into hit. 100% of our spirit is going to turn into hit. Really important that you pick that up, guys. Rolling Thunder, when you deal damage with your lightning bolt or chain lightning while your lightning shield is active, you have a 60% chance to recover 2% of your mana, yum yum yum, and generate an additional lightning shield charge. Okay, so forget water shield. We are not doing water shield anymore as an elemental shaman. We are all about lightning shield. Lightning shield needs to be on so we can generate these orbs, and the reason why is this is what I just spoke about. It's fulmination. Fulmination. When you have more than 3 lightning charges active, your Earth Shock spell will consume the extra charges, instantly dealing their total damage to the enemy target. So what does that tell us? It means that, well, more stacks we've got, the better. The maximum amount of lightning charges we can get on our lightning shield is 9. So when we hit 9, we're going to get this aura on our screen. It's going to tell us that that is fulmination. You have maximum amount of lightning charges, you should Earth Shock. Now, what I've just spoke about with Flame Shock and Earth Shock not lining up nicely, this is where you need to make a little bit of decision. This is the answer, guys. Anything between 7 and 9 stacks of Lightning Shield, track it here, or track it with a class timer mod like me. See there, Lightning Shield 3. Anything between there is going to give you enough damage that it's worth casting. So, if you look at your Flame Shock, and it's got 6 or 7 seconds left, and you've got 7 lightning charges, go ahead and fire off your fulmination. Get it out there, get it done, so your cooldown on your shocks is back to redo the flame shock. That's what's important, alright guys? So 7 and 9 between there with fulmination is worth casting. Moving back up, we've got Elemental Focus. After landing a non-periodic critical strike with Fire, Frost or Nature, you gain Clear Casting. Clear Casting reduces the mana cost of your next 2 damage or healing spells by 40%. What do we need to, where are we guaranteed a crit? One is Lava Burst. If we have Flame Shock on the target, our Lava Burst will always crit. Guaranteed 100%. No matter what your target's resilience is, or anything sort of PvE wise, we have a 100% chance to cast Lava Burst, and it's going to crit if we have Flame Shock rolling. That's going to give us this debuff, buff, should I say, very, very regularly to reduce our mana cost. It also then transfers into Elemental Oath. While Clear Casting from Elemental Focus is active, you deal 10% more spell damage. Now feel that. What does that mean in our opening? We need to crit as soon as humanly possible to get this 10% damage buff up, which means our general intro is going to be Flame Shock, Lava Burst, get that Elemental Oath up. Also, in addition, party and raid members within 100 yards receive a 5% bonus crit chance. So we get this 5% bonus crit chance. It's very important that you Lava Burst as soon as possible and all the damn time to guarantee this buff stays up. Very, very important. Alright guys? We've got Elemental Reach, just going to increase our range and our firing over and our lightning bolts so we don't have to be too close. We can keep some range. Again, a little bit tricky when we're AoEing. We'll look at that in the heroic demonstration, but in general it's a nice range upgrade. We've then got Lava Flows, our next interesting talent. Increase the critical strike damage bonus of your Lava Burst spell by an additional 24%. So our Lava Burst is going to start hitting like a big fat truck. And every little bit of intellect is going to buff and be multiplied by this all the way through, including your Meta Gem. And the periodic damage of your Flame Shock by 60%. In addition, this is important, when your Flame Shock is dispelled, you gain 90% haste for 6 seconds. So cool. If we could get some mobs that could actually dispel us sometimes, it's more of a PvP talent, I know, but 90% spell haste, there are some mobs in PvE that dispel. Look out for them, because if you get that buff, yum yum yum, it's like a little bloodlust for yourself. Okay, our first major DPS cooldown, guys, Elemental Mastery. When we turn it on, our next lightning bolt or whatever is going to be instant cast. Also, our Fire, Frost and Nature damage is increased by 15%, and we get 20% spell haste for 15 seconds. Huge buff, and this is key to the whole spec, guys. Elemental Mastery, we want to be using it all the time. It's got a 3-minute cooldown. We want to be firing it off. Really, really important, alright, guys? We need to be getting that off as soon as possible, especially in our boss fights. Let's get it going, get these instant casts off, and start firing it off. Lightning Bolt is generally our longest cast spell, so you ideally want to be firing a Lightning Bolt off when you activate it. Activate your Elemental Mastery, fire for Lightning Bolt, instant cast, and then get going. You've got this 15% damage buff, 20% spell haste, major DPS cooldown, guys. So Totemic Wrath, this needs a bit of a rework for me. I think Elemental Shamans, one, bring too many buffs. 2 buffs is too many for me as a standard thing. But this talent just doesn't give us anything else, really. It causes your fire totems to increase the spell power of the party by 10%. Pretty boring, pretty lackluster. Every other class who has a raid-wide buff also gets an extra little benefit for taking it. But there you go, it's not bad by any means. Feedback. This is important, guys. This is why we need to get our Elemental Mastery off as soon as possible. Your Lightning Bolt and Chain Lightning spells reduce the remaining cooldown of your Elemental Mastery by 3 seconds. Can you see now why Haste and Mastery come into their own? Because every time we fire off these Lightning Bolts and stuff, we're then reducing our Elemental Mastery cooldown back again, so we get our DPS cooldown better. So more stats really benefits an Elemental Shaman, which is why we suffer a little bit in low gear. So I'm not expecting wonders in our Heroic Dungeon. I'm just not, because these things work so well together that higher gear is going to start giving you some really crazy results. Lava Surge gives your Flame Shot periodic damage takes a 20% chance to reset the cooldowns of your Lava Burst spell. This is one reason why we need Flame Shot to be ticking all the damn time. It's the other reason that it's so annoying sometimes is this thing tends to proc. The second you fire off a Lava Burst and you're probably not paying too much attention to where your Lava Burst button is for the cooldown to be up, and then suddenly you notice it's back off cooldown straight away and you feel like a git, because keeping Lava Burst on cooldown is very integral to performing to max level, alright guys? So keep an eye out for Lava Surge. When it's going to proc in an inopportune moment, almost guaranteed. Final point is Earthquake. I picked it up because, well, you've got Elemental Warding, nothing great. Earth's Grass, not great for PvE. Earthquake does have its uses, however, it's very, very costly. It's 13,000 mana to cast it, and the damage isn't great. But if you've got, because our Flame Shock AoE rotation can take a hell of a long time, sometimes you're going to want to Earthquake just to make sure you're doing a little bit of damage. Especially on packs of really low health mobs, you're never going to have the chance to get enough Flame Shocks and Fire Novas off to make it worth it. Sometimes it's just worth casting off that Earthquake, but it's a pretty piss poor. Moving over to Elemental Weapons, this is a simple buff. It has a lot of words going on there. It does mention Unleash Elements. We have Flame Tongue on our weapons. We always make sure we imbue our weapon with Flame Tongue going into a dungeon. It's going to give us 40% more benefit to our spell power gain from Flame Tongue. Happy with that. And increase the effectiveness of ongoing benefits from your Unleash Elements by 50%. Unleash Elements with the Flame Tongue weapon is not particularly great. It's not an awesome DPS cooldown. In fact, I macro it into my Lava Burst. It gives us about, I think it's a 20% damage buff to flame spells for, you know, the next one you cast or whatever. It's pretty crap, to be honest, guys. Pretty garbage. Don't worry too much about Unleash Elements for Elemental. It's okay for performing really top level DPS, but for our basics, just getting into Heroic, not worth it. Improved shields increase the damage done by a lightning shield by 15%. You might be thinking, well, I don't expect to be hit all that much while we're in PvE. No, but sometimes we do get hit, and our other choice is to buff Storm Strike. There isn't a choice there, is there? We've got to pick this up. But basically what we're after is Totemic Reach. Increase the range of your totem's effects by 30%. That is really, really important. It's really important to make sure that our totems are doing their work, because we don't have the power of a blessing, which is just a buff, such as the paladins. We need to get our totems in a good position all the time. We need to be thinking about it, and then we've got the range there to make sure we're affecting everything. Alright, guys? So, ooh, glyphs! Glyphs, preacher, you didn't do glyphs! I'm doing the glyphs now, man! Stop crying at me! Glyph of Flame Tongue weapon. Increase your spell crit by 2%. Flat, lovely, whilst Flame Tongue is active. We like it. Good, good, good. Glyph of Lava Burst. Your Lava Burst does more damage, and our other prime glyph there is Glyph of Lightning Bolt. Our Lightning Bolt is our filler spell. Sometimes, especially in early days, it's nice to fire off a Chain Lightning as well to keep that on cooldown, because it's more damage per cast time. DPCT, if you're a total turbo nerd and you know what that means. Increase the damage dealt by your Lightning Bolt by 4%. But we'll talk about that more in there. I also glyph my Thunderstorm. The other glyphs aren't too good. You've got Glyph of Totemic Recall. You get 50% of the mana back. Always handy because you're going to be moving your totems around. Glyph of Lightning Shield. Quite important for Ellie. It makes sure your Lightning Shield never goes below 3 charges. Fine. Nothing wrong with that. So we can just forget about Lightning Shield once we've got it on. Glyph of Water Walking, no reagent, happy days. Glyph of Renewed Life, your re-ink doesn't require a reagent, lovely, nothing wrong with that. Glyph of Thunderstorm, I like to take it for heroics. It's only in very end game raids where you really need the knockback, so you might as well Glyph of Thunderstorm, make sure you're getting more mana back, and it does some nice damage if you happen to be moving, casting AoE or anything like that. Glyph of Thunderstorm so you can fire it off. And Glyph of Ghost Wolf, we get a nice 5% movement speed from our Ghost Wolf. Nothing special, nothing outrageous. The 3 primes are most important. Then for me, it's Glyph of Lightning Shield and Glyph of Totemic Recall. Everything else is sort of convenience. Alright, guys, so that is our Ellie Shaman. I'm going to jump into Heroic now. I'm going to show you how to do some DPS on that guy. And hopefully we can pull off some pretty wonderful stuff on our Shaman. Let's catch you then. Holla! Oh, good morning. It's Monday. Work day again, guys. And just to keep you guys occupied at work, and the very ultimate point of this video is, yes, it's the marksman hunter, but what is more important, it's the beginning of the end for our basic class guides, and we're going to be moving to the advanced guides soon. We only have the final run of all the specs to do for each of our classes. We've done 20 class guides so far, and that means there's only, well, there's 11 left technically, because I've got to do 2 druid ones. But this is the final rundown, guys, and we're doing them in order. Marksman Hunter was one that's been asked for a long, long time, and it is the current top DPS spec in raiding, so it's no doubt you guys have been asking for it. So here we are. It's Marksman Hunter. This is Precho and EU Sylvanas. We're going to do the full Monty. We're going to be doing these glyphs, these talents, things you should be walking about. Marksman Hunter is a very dangerous minefield to get into, guys, and I'm going to explain to you as best I can. I'd make it as simple and easy to understand as possible as to why the Marksman is a great spec to have, but why it also runs into all sorts of sort of issues, okay? So bear with me. We're going to get through it. We're going to do a full heroic demonstration as well, of course, to show you exactly what you should be thinking about and what you should be doing inside your heroics. So, all the good stuff is coming. So, Precho Sylvanas, his gear level is pretty decent. It's 356. He's okay for Zul'Man Zul'Gru. He's picked up some various gears like that. So his gear's not too shabby. So, what are our stat priorities? Agility, of course, agility. Agility gives us all sorts of goody stuff, some crit and some attack power, and yum. We like agility. So your gemming is going to be very agility focused. As we've said in all our guides, guys, cast your mind back. We've done everything we can possibly do. Is agility, if you can gem for something that you can't reforge to, that has to be your priority. It needs to be there, and we cannot reforge to agility, so we need to gem for agility. And when we're gemming, we're looking at our gem bonuses. Does it give us more agility than we would get by gemming it? No, then we're gemming straight agility regardless of the set bonus. Alright, guys? Very simple. Our other stats, hit mainly. Got to get your hit done. You see, I've got 8.04% hit. That is pretty much bang on the money. The actual hit rating you need not to have any of your crap miss is 961 rating. I'm at 966, 5 rating over. Really beautiful. You should be reforging to getting that hit cap mainly. What comes next? This is where it gets messy, guys. And please bear with me while I try and explain this to you. Why does it get messy? Because of haste. Haste severely... Haste is the bane of all marksmanship hunters. If you were to check a guide such as Elitist Jerks, for example, Elitist Jerks is the #1 source for all raiding end-level players to push their DPS to the very ultimate max. If you go on their website and you check out the marksmanship hunter thread, which I have done, you will see endless pages of haste values. And why? Because let me explain to you. Between all our main casts, which in our marksmanship hunter's case is basically Chimera Shot and some Arcane Shots is the spec I'm going to be playing, is Arcane Shot filler, and I'll explain more on what I mean by that later. Oh god, I can feel the stress already. We can only fire off a certain amount of steady shots. This is your steady shot. This is your other filler that generates focus for you. Let me dump some focus quickly. There goes our focus. Bye. Great. Watch what happens when we cast a steady shot.
Move in from
we get a big chunk of focus back. Okay. Now what happens is haste affects how long the cast of steady shot takes. Steady shot for me in this spec takes 1.8 seconds. You can see it just down there. 1.8 seconds, 1.6 with this buff improved steady shot. We'll get to that later in the talents. So we have this 1.6 seconds or 1.5 seconds or whatever you want to call it, cast of steady shot. More haste is going to reduce that down. Now there becomes haste barriers, where X amount of haste will allow you to cast, say, 3 steady shots between it being able to cast another Chimera Shot and your focus being full. Okay. When we have more haste, what we start to do is get an overlap, where you've got too much haste in the regards that you can't actually use that haste to fit in another steady shot. Alright? And if you have too much haste, you're then in a situation where you're just wasting that haste, because you need a certain amount of haste to reach the next point where you can cast another steady shot in between. So we need to get our steady shots to the point where we can cast, say, 3 then we can Chimera Shot and Arcane Shot. And then with the next chunk of haste has to at least be able to get us to cast 4 steady shots. And that is a lot of haste, don't get me wrong. That is a big chunk of haste, like 2,000 haste rating to get up to the next steady shot level. So when we're reforging, we're aiming to sort of reach a level where we cast a certain amount of steady shots, and then we don't want any more haste until we can guarantee we can get enough haste to reach the next steady shot filler. I hope I've explained that clearly enough to you guys. That is the basis of it. We need enough haste to cast X amount, get a bit algebraic on you bad boys, to cast a certain amount of steady shots before we have to start using our fillers. And if we can't get enough haste to cast another full steady shot in between there, then we've got too much haste. Really easy stuff, okay? We've got wasted haste that isn't going any benefit to us. In starter gear, non-raid specs, I'm suggesting you go for a haste of about 620 rating, about there. What you want to do for a test is if you're under rapid fire, there's rapid fire, how long does it take to cast aim shot? That's what you want to do with improved steady shot. Let me get me improved steady shot up. There it is. You should be looking for about 1.5 to 1.7 seconds under a haste effect to cast aim shot. Alright guys, that is the sort of figure you want to do. Make it easy on yourself. And after that, you're going to need at least another 2,000 odd rating. I think it's about 2,200 haste rating in order to fit in another steady shot in between. That's what you want to be aiming for. All right, guys, work off those benefits. Don't stress your mind too goddamn much. Don't want to do that. If it stresses you out too much, don't bother with it. So, when it comes to our reforging, what do we want? We want our hit mainly. You see I've reforged some hit there, taking away a bit of haste because I couldn't benefit from that haste going forward. I just could not get enough haste to fit in another steady shot. So you need to bear this in mind all the time. And when you get a new piece of gear for a marksman hunter, it's a nightmare. You have to reforge sort of everything to get to a good level. These are your general bases. You want hit. You want enough haste to make sure you can fit in an extra steady shot or remove haste. Otherwise, looking at these ratings, we'll go into in the advanced guides, guys. I will be talking about these specific values. This is the basic guide for guys who just want to get into heroic and start doing some decent DPS. After that comes crit. Crit is always massively important for hunters. We need our abilities to be critting all the time because most of our DPS actually comes from auto shooting, as I'm doing now, because we do that constantly while we're doing everything else. Auto shot is vastly important. And then at the bottom, mastery. Although mastery and crit are sort of on the borderline, guys, of how good each others are. Let's talk about the mastery a little bit. View summaries, marksman. Our mastery is Wild Quiver. Grants a 35% chance to your ranged attacks to also instantly fire an additional range shot. Each point of mastery increases that chance by another 2.1%. So we get free auto attacks from our mastery. This can be a bit of a make or break on marksman hunters, depending on your level of mastery. Is if Wild Quiver doesn't proc a great deal, then you're going to lose DPS without anything you could have done to change it. And then if it procs nicely, you're going to get a big boost in DPS that you weren't particularly expecting, but it's happened anyway. Anything that works off a proc chance for mastery, I don't particularly like. I like mastery to be pretty set, but Wild Quiver is an RNG element, a random number generator element. The game will decide whether or not it's procced or not you. So you need to bear that in mind, which is crit is generally more reliable. Get a nice flat percentage on that. So let's jump into our talents before we get too balls deep. I don't want to take your taters deep and leave you in a mess. First of all, pick up a finisher. Reduce the focus cost of your arcane shot and your explosive shot and chimera shot by 6. Obviously, if they're cheaper, you get to cast more of them. That's just basic stuff. I'm then going to go for the throat. Your ranged auto shot critical hits. Now that does proc from Wild Quiver. Cause your pet to generate 10 focus, and your pet is going to go ahead and just do more damage. That then gives us Sick'em. When you critically hit with your arcane shot, you can see now why crit is starting to become quite important. Aim shot, explosive shot, the focus focus cost of your pet's basic attack is reduced by 100%, so he gets a free attack in, and your pet is going to do plenty of DPS for you. Alright, guys? Improved steady shot. You heard me talk about this a little bit before. When you steady shot twice in a row, your ranged attack speed will be increased by 15% for 8 seconds. So we want to get that up quickly, because we want to keep that buff up. 15% haste is massive. It's going to add on top of our stats. And then when we get that buff, we're definitely going to be keeping it up because we'll be steady shotting very, very regularly. Alright, guys? Careful aim. This is a little bit of a tricky one, and it's been altered because it was very, very overpowered. Increase the critical strike chance of your steady shot, cobra shot, and aim shot by 60% on targets that are above 90% health. This actually completely changes our rotation on a boss as we start. So marksmen have got a lot to keep on their mind, guys, and I'll try and demonstrate it for you. So we've got a boss, let's take, because they generally stay above 90% health for longer than anything else. I said this is an arcane shot filler spec. There's two things you can use your focus on in between chimera shots. Chimera shots are your big one. You want to keep chimera shot going because it increases sort of serpent sting and all that kind of good jazz. But we have aim shot or we have arcane shot. Now the difference is aim shot on its own has a cast time, pretty long cast time, but hits like a fucking truck. See, 40k crit. Arcane shot is instant cast, cheaper, and crits for about 15k. Alright, so what do we do? Which one should we use? I prefer Arcane Shot in general, but when we're above 90% health on the boss, not your health, remember this is what the target's health is, our aim shot has an additional 60% crit chance. This is why testing on a dummy for a marksman hunter is retarded, because it's always above 90% health. It's probably won't crit now, but there you go, it crit. So you're getting this improved crit chance by 60%, it's huge. So when we pull, and we've got 90%, all occasions, guys, you're going to be using aim shot to use your focus up. Aim shot is going to be what you use until it gets to below 90% health because of careful aim. We've got a 60% buff to our crit. We need to make the most use of that. So our steady shots are going to be really heavy critting, and our aim shots are going to be really heavy critting. It's that powerful that it's sometimes not even worth putting Serpent Sting up first, which you think would be normal play, because quite frankly, we're getting 6% crit on a really hard hitting attack. So it's worth sort of aim shotting and steady shotting all the way till it hits 90% health, and then we can start going into our usual rotation. So bear careful aim in mind. Piercing shots don't have to do anything when this is going to happen on its own. Your critical aim, steady, and chimera shots cause the target to bleed for 30% of the damage dealt. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Just let that go. Bombardment. When you critically, I take this for heroics, guys. You don't always need this, especially if you're doing sort of a single target focus build. But we always do our videos to take the perspective of you're running heroics and you're gearing up. So we pick up bombardment. When you critically hit with your multi-shot, your next multi-shot's focus cost will reduce by 50%. We don't have the ability to AoE like Survival does. Marksmanship does not have that AoE power, but through bombardment we can certainly make up for that. We're still going to be keeping our explosive trap on top of the mobs, and we're going to be firing off multi-shots and using our steady shot in between. Remember, it's steady shot, it's not cobra shot. For marksman, we use steady shots, and that's going to fill up our focus to fire off more multi-shots, and through bombardment we're going to be able to throw off more multi-shots in between. True Shot Aura, this is our raid buff that our marksman guys bring. Increase the raid attack power of your party by 10% all raid, same as the Abomination's Might from a Blood DK, rather nice buff. Termination, I just love that name. Your steady shot and cobra shot abilities grant an additional 6 focus when dealt on targets are below 25% health. So we start getting more focus to do more attacks, sort of an execute phase, and then we can obviously start mixing that in with kill shot. It sort of offsets the extra focus that's going to cost us 4 kill shot, okay guys? Really good. Rapid recuperation, you gain 12 focus every 3 seconds while under the effects of rapid fire, and you gain 50 focus instantly when you gain rapid killing. Okay, now rapid killing isn't something major, we don't really pick that up. That's up there, we haven't even tallied for that, but what we do get is 12 focus every 3 seconds while under rapid fire. Rapid fire is a huge haste buff for us. We're going to be firing off a lot of abilities, gaining a lot of focus, and we're going to be just continuously dumping arcane shots in all the way through our rapid fire. Really good. Rapid fire is also going to help us fire off more and more we're going to generally use rapid fire at the beginning of the fight to get it on cooldown. And we're going to be filling that with aim shots, and all this extra 12 focus while we run the rapid fire is really going to help us fire off more aim shots at above 90% health. So this is why you'll see marksman hunters, as soon as the pull starts, doing ridiculous DPS, especially the geared ones are pulling sort of 50, 60k DPS at the beginning, all thanks to this sort of combo. Master Marksman, you have a 60% chance when you steady shots to gain the Master Marksman effect lasting 30 seconds. After reaching 5 stacks, your next aim shot's cast time and focus are reduced by 100%, and it becomes instant cast. Woohoo! Free aim shots which crit really, really hard. The only problem with this is 60% chance. You can't predict it. You might be a clever ass, and you see on your buffs that you have 4 stacks of Master Marksman, or MMM as the Marksman guys likes to call it. Doesn't matter a bit, because if you've got 4 and you think, well, I'm going to fire off this steady shot, that's going to give me 5, and then I'm going to have instant, so I'm already going to spam that aim shot button, it might not proc. You need to wait for it to proc until you fire it off. Unfortunately, that's just life. Readiness. When activate this ability, immediately finishes the cooldown of all hunter abilities. Why does that matter to us, and why is that a good DPS cooldown? Because it instantly resets rapid fire. So we can rapid fire, use readiness, rapid fire again. Also awesome for deterrence. If you come under some seriously heavy gumph and you fire off your deterrence so you don't take any damage, you can readiness and get it back again. We are generally using that for rapid fire and deterrence on cooldown. Okay, guys, so if you do fire off a rapid fire, go ahead and readiness it and fire it off again. Let's get those DPS cooldowns on cooldown. And then when readiness finishes again alongside rapid fire, yum, 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 we can do it again. Post haste. How professional. How very British. Reduce the cooldown of your rapid fire by 2 minutes, and your movement speed is increased for 30% for 4 seconds after you use disengage. A little bit of survival talent, nothing major there, but a nice cooldown on our major DPS cooldown all thrown together. Yum yum. Marked for death, your arcane shot and chimera shot have a 100% chance to automatically apply the marked for death effect. Marked for death is the same as the hunter's mark, but is undispellable, does not grant an unerring sight to the target. So we just get a free hunter's mark. In general, we're going to be hunter's marking before we pull anyway, so we have the buff up from hunter's mark. So it's okay. It's good for switching targets. That's what it's for. We're switching targets in the middle of combat. We don't want to waste a global cooldown casting hunter's mark. Mark for death is going to do it for us anyway. We just throw an arcane shot on there. Boom, it's marked. And our final talent is the chimera shot. Absolutely awesome. An instant shot that causes ranged weapon damage plus 12,579, so which means it hurts a lot, refreshing the duration of your serpent sting and healing you for 5% of your total health. Basically, this is our cooldown, our shot that we're going to keep on absolute cooldown. We need to make sure we've always got enough full focus there ready for it to party off. And when it does, it's going to keep our serpent sting ticking over so we don't have to worry about serpent stinging again. So, marksman, as you can tell very straight off the bat, it's a very single target focused build. Only bombardment actually buffs our AoE in any way whatsoever, unlike the survival tree where we had serpent spread and all that good jazz. Marksman is very heavy single target. If you haven't got more than, say, 3 mobs, AoEing is going to be a waste of time. You want to go ahead and single target those down, alright guys? So in other trees, we go into survival, we get pathing because haste is important to us, and we want to buff our other stats as importantly as possible. Pathing, 3% haste is a lot of rating, guys. Go ahead and grab pathing. Got to make it easier to reach those early stats that I was talking about at the beginning of the video. I then go with one with nature, increase the attack power bonus of your aspect of the hawk by 3% and increase the amount of focus restored by your aspect of the fox by 3%. Both aspects we'll use a lot, especially if we're moving in or getting in position for a pull, we'll be using fox. And if we're going to be single targeting, 30% increase is great for aspect of the hawk. Bestial discipline. Our pet doesn't do as much damage as a BM hunter, obviously. You know, state the obvious, preach, you big nerd. But this is going to help anyway because he's always attacking. He's generally always safe. We don't worry too much about our pet unless something stupid happens to him. Increase the focus regeneration of your pet by 20%, so he's getting some yummy focus for some DPS. And frenzy. Your pet gains 4% attack power after... Your pet gains 4% attack speed after attacking with a basic attack lasting for 10 seconds. You only need 2 out of 3 in there. It stacks, which is great. See, frenzy effect is up to 5. We only need 2 points in there to really get that working up. 4% is plenty and we can't afford the points anywhere else. Simple as. Quick review of the pet talents. I'm not going to go balls deep into this. I haven't got them in, so I'll do that later. Glyph of Arcane Shot. These are your glyphs. Alright guys, Glyph of Arcane Shot deals 12% more damage. I'm using an Arcane Shot centric build. Really good. Glyph of Steady Shot, increased damage done by a steady shot. That's what we're filling in with all the time. It's a huge, that is your most important glyph of all, guys. Believe me, you're going to be doing that many steady shots. It's really, really important. Glyph of Chimera Shot, reduce the cooldown of your Chimera Shot by 1 second. Not amazing, but considering the effect it has, and it's a very, very hard hitting cooldown spell, we want to be doing that. Really, really good. Alright guys, so that's me covered for everything. I'll do the pet talents as I get into the heroic. I'll do a run through with you. That's the Marksman Hunter. I'm going to do the heroic demonstration for you now. Stay tuned.
justice.
joined just in time for that winter grasp. I thought, like, I'm used to going there manually and flying. I was like, oh shit, I'm kind of too late. But wait, you can queue for it, I noticed. So, that should have been like a huge chunk of, like, honor or something. Yeah, let's go. I think I can get the belts. No, not yet. Like, I'm 3 honor off, actually. Oh wait, can I join it again? Oh, no. Alright, another AV.
Your gold is welcome here. The reckoning is at hand.
Hello! Stone Cold fail. Super fail. Brought a good friend along with me. In the name of Methodical, Mr. Genji. I'm hoping he's going to use his Thunder Fury in this run. That'd be quite nice. So, we're in the dungeon. What are we doing first? First of all, let's focus up our tank as always. Using the focus misdirect macro of win. I'll link that in the comments for you. Down below. So, and again, make sure your pet is not rocking the fucking taunt. Make sure growl switched off. Pet talents, because we didn't do it in the other video, I'll just show you quickly. Just spec in there. 2 out of 2 in servant swiftness, increase your pet attack speed. Basic dash, pet gets there first and does extra damage. Bloodthirst, we only want one in that, so we have a 10% chance to heal our pet and keep him alive. Spike Collar, increase the basic damage dump of your base attacks by 9%. Flat damage buff. Spider's Bite, increase the crit chance of your pet. Rabid, your pet goes into a killing frenzy. Yum, 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 yum. Call of the Wild, your pet roars, increasing your pet's melee attack speed. And we get 1 out of 2 in Wild Hunt. And we get another one in Shark Attack, and that will do us nicely. So what are we picking in here? First of all, Earthshaper, as always. Get the misdirect on. Fire off the multi-shots. Oh, is someone going to interrupt him? Come on, interrupts. Nope. No, we've got a Force of Earth, so let's bring that bad boy down. Down he goes. Yummy. Right, let's kill the Berserkers after that. Fire off our Arcane Shot to get the Hunter's Mark up, as we said in the other video. And when they're below 20% health, we're just going to keep firing these off. We want to throw some kill shots in unless we get Shadow Furied like an absolute baller. Now we're down to these targets, we're just single targeting, guys. That is the best way to do it. And you can see we're stacking up this Master Ready Set Aim, this Master Marksman buff. Now, there it is, that's a proc there. It's really nice. So there you go, 24k DPS. Genji right down at the bottom because he's a fucking scrub. And then moving on, that's our basic AoE guide. We haven't got this, we're not spreading Serpent's Sting like we'd like to do in survival, but we're still putting off relatively decent numbers. Nothing wrong at all, but pick your targets, guys. Help out the group. So our target, our Earthshaper, is always going to be the worst one. Where is he? There he is. He's casting now. Let's fire that off. Oh, we're finally getting some interrupts in there. That's probably Genji, I have no doubt whatsoever. Rocking that shit up. And again, oh, feared? Fuck you, buddy. Oh, let me back in. Fire off these multi-shots. Let's finish off that Earthshaper, try and get a kill shot off on him, and then start picking out the Berserkers, because they're the next dangerous ones. Use an Arcane Shot for the Hunter's Mark. Might as well do some damage if we're going to do some DPS. And then finishing him for some multi-shots. Come on, multi-shots. We need to catch up to Genji immediately. There's the Berserking. That's why they're dangerous, guys. They're going to really hurt the melee. And I'm playing a melee class myself. I really do not like being hurt at all. Okay, so we're rocking on. We seem to have a decent group here. We've got a good pace from our tank. We've got Boigness. Cheeky Paws looking rough. Let's throw on a revive for him. Get some heals on Cheeky Paws. Pick out our group. Oh, where are you, Earthshaper? Warbringer. I guess. There he is. Misdirect and fire that bad shit off. Get down our trap. Our explosive trap to do the super serial damage. Go, Cheeky Paws. Cheeky Paws is going to be hit by that fucking AoE from the Berserker, so we need to keep that away. Down we go. Fuck you, Millhouse. Millhouse does nothing. I know a lot of people prioritise Millhouse in these packs, but seriously, Berserkers and the fucking Earthshapers are so much worse. That AoE, that spinning slash you can see there, is really the killer of all things. So, thinking about our first boss, what we're going to do, let's get him up first so we can get our Hunter's Mark on really nice. Now I'm going to show you some decent stuff. And as we spoke about in the beginning, is this aim shot rotation that starts at the beginning because we get that buff from careful aim. So, aim shots, just firing off aim shots all the time. Get our aim shots up. See, 50k. 50, another 50k. He's down below 80% health. Let's get our Serpent Sting on. Fire off our trap there to help our bad boys out. We can't multi-shot it, but that explosive trap's going to do what we need. Need to get our Chimera shot on cooldown quickly before Serpent Sting expires. Right, now we're in our standard rotation. Let's fire off some rapid fires. Rapid fire on, and let's do some big fucking DPS. Oh, you cunt, you disappeared. Super fail. What it's going to allow us to do is a lot of Arcane Shot spam. Yeah, Arcane Shots for everybody, bitch. Follow me. Oh, the turned over the troop like a baller. Let's throw down our traps in the middle, help out where we can. And then we're going to rebuild our focus because he's going to be coming out shortly. Got to pop a readiness. And why are we doing that? Because that's going to give us the ability to get all our fucking cooldowns back. And let's fire off rapid fire again, straight away. Another Chimera shot, keep that on cooldown. We're below 20%, so start throwing in the kill shots as well. Really nice, and just keep firing it off. Throw down our trap. We've got an aim shot proc. Help those out. 30k DPS, not too shabby considering the fact that we have a lot of downtime. You don't get to get the full mastery benefit of your fucking rapid fire, but still top the DPS. Happy days. Let's move forward. Let's get the aspects of the fucking pack rocking and rolling. Let's get everybody there quicker. Hunter's Mark already. Back to Fox. Misdirect. Fire off the aim shot to try and get that big buff in while he's still at careful aim territory. Yeah, 50k pull. And Chimera shot. He's always very quickly going to go below that 90% health, and that's quick, jump! Yeah! Only scrubs get hit by that. Let's help out this one. Down you go. Need to get some fucking focus for our Chimera shot. There we go. Jump again. And we're in 16% territory. Let's fire off our kill shot. And down you go. Nice. Bit of 20k DPS for you. Now this is a good example of where it's important that you realise that your single target DPS is not great. Is the best. I'm saying not great. It's the better than your AoE DPS. Go for your single target damage. Instead of trying to AoE and targeting 2 ads and that kind of bump. Really not worth it. Oh, bit of a ninja pull by the preacher, but whatever. We've got multiple mobs there. Let's fire off a misdirect to help out. Multi-shot in the air. Da, da, da. Another multi-shot. Keep cheesing the damage, because I'm preacher. And we have to beat Genji, don't we? Gotta beat the Genji. Jump, that's coming near us, that crystal shard. Down you go. Kill shot for you. Oh, there's all sorts of shit coming in. Let's get another explosive trap down. Haha, I blew Genji up. Awesome. And a kill shot for that. Awesome. Okay. Get everybody in range, and then we're going to aspect to pack it up. If everybody starts moving. Yeah, let's go. Turbo speed. Pulled some extras, but I've misdirected them all the way to the tank. It's alright, they killed me in one shot anyway, because I'm the Preacher Man. Preacher Man one-shots everything he touches. Use your aspect to the cheater, guys. Very, very important, just to help this group. Let's get it going faster. Why wait around? Everyone's looking good. Healer's in good shape. Get our aim shot off. Oh, 48k. 48k. Rapid fire. Get the Serpent Sting on and go into our normal rotation. We've got readiness ready again. Look how much shit we can do during rapid fire. Really punish the DPS meter. An auto aim shot, more of these. Then we're going to readiness it and fire off our rapid fire again. Just watch it all the time not to take any unnecessary damage. There we go, with Captain focus out, fire off more of these. Crystal Storm, give it the old bones hiding. Oh, trying to blow me up? I don't think so. So we've got a Master Marksman proc, keeping that cooldown and then just firing it off. Because if you're wasting steady shots, that's more procs you could have been getting. That's why it's important, guys. And then empty our bar. Nice. We're almost hitting that 20% barrier. Kill shot time. Chimera shot on cooldown. 3 seconds for both skills. I don't think so. Oh, free aim shot and a kill shot and a Chimera shot. Oh yeah, 18k DPS. Schooled the damage meter as per. Really nice. Really fucking good shit, guys. Really good. So we're enjoying the marksman hunt. When we get into that single target DPS effort, we're going to do some really, really good damage all the time. And that's what's important. Don't worry too much about your AoE DPS. It's not that key. It just really isn't. It's all about the AoE DPS. And getting some nice early casts off on aim shot is really going to prop up your damage as it should do. Getting them early 40ks. Oh, feign death quickly. Yeah. Don't worry about your Serpent Sting on targets that are going to die really quickly. It's a waste of your focus. Don't worry about it too much. Bit of aspect to the Fox. Keep the DPS going. And a kill shot. Cheetah. Get everybody there quicker. Rocking and rolling. The guy's released. No res. Priest just not interested. Doesn't give a shit. Alter is down and it don't matter none. So always in these guys, target your Rift Lords. Where are you? Have we not got one? Got Magma Lord. Rift Conjurer, there he is. I'm going to go ahead and help out a little touch. Let's throw some marks down. Make sure people spot these bad boys coming, because you know how bad sentries go in Stone Cold, guys. It's uber fail. Non-stop fail. Get the misdirects ready. Go! Fucking traps and shit. Let's fire off the fucking trap. Where's our Rift Conjurer? Down you go. Now, because of your Wild Quiver mastery, what you're going to notice is you do a ton more damage on your main target than you do on everything else. It's just to be expected, guys. Don't worry about it. You do, because it's all proccing them extra fucking bow shots, you're going to do a ton more damage. And that's just the way it rolls, guys. So be aware of that, especially when spreading your threat. Because threat is still important, even as a hunter. Oh, can we fall off an aim shot? Yeah, come on, don't go below 90%. Woo! Got it. Fucking 60k, have some of that. Chimera shot. Back to our single target DPS. Remember, misdirecting on cooldown, guys. It's such a powerful little spell. Just misdirecting, keeping it misdirecting. Help out your tank. You're going to speed up the run all the time. And that is what is fucking... That's so awesome about 100 is you can just chill out. You've got all these ways of resetting your threat. But not only that, you're helping the group constantly. Oh, you fucking have a kill shot for your trouble, lad. Ha! Jumped it. Have that, bruiser. Get the misdirect on again. Here we go. Again, we're targeting the Rift Conjurer. We want him down first because he's going to start spawning endless amounts of ads, which aren't cool. Focus is empty. That means it's trap time. Get that fucking constant exploding trap down. See how quickly our main target dies? That's what I'm talking about with your mastery. And once you get down to 2 targets, you're not going to bother with your AoE. You're just going to single target them down. Just try and pick targets for kill shots. Like that one there, kill shot him. You know, 32k about that. You can have fucking... Oh, he's pulling everything. Oh, he wants to go. Let's help the guy out. Multi-shots. Misdirect everything to him with the multi-shot. Pick a target that's most important. I'm actually going to kill the Rift Conjurer at the back. I think the melee can deal nicely with the rest of it. Try and avoid that fucking thing. You see how swift I was at that? I'm going to actually stop him using this. The Frost Trap, just for a second, is going to stop that cast. Gotta kill the Rift Conjurers because you're just going to get overrun by ads otherwise. The big guy isn't even too much of a concern in comparison to being overrun by little ads. Now we'll switch to the big guy because the rest of them are pretty crappy mobs. Just focusing our attention on him. Aim shot proc. You're still getting them aim shot procs because you're filling all your focus with your steady shots. That's why it's coming there, guys. And that should be pretty much all said and done. Moving on to Oswald. Let's hope our tank is a total boss as well. I'm really chuffed with this tank. Makes it so much easier to have a nice tank. He's going straight in. No, he's thinking about it. I'm going to keep pre-casting aim shot. Here he goes. Oh, managed to get 2 off. Nice. Really, really nice. He's ground slamming towards us. Not good. Oh, no one died. Lucky. Lucky. Right, as soon as this is wore off, Hunters have a nightmare with this because we don't really have anything to reflect. We generally have to get in there and melee if we want to really reflect this and break out of this. Right, now let's go for it. Let's get our rapid fire on and start doing some serial DPS. Super serial. Oh, he's ground slamming away from us now. What a gent. What an absolute gent. Nice here. Chimera shots. Oh, come on, I've got an aim shot proc, you fuck. Come on, come on, come on. Okay, and then readiness and back to the rapid fire. I wish I had a spell to reflect, but you just don't. It's very, very frustrating as Hunter to have to take these unless you want to go in there and start doing melee DPS, which you don't want to do. You're a Hunter, for Christ's sake. Of course we don't want to do that. But look at Cheeky Paws. He's taking shot like a total boss. There's the Chimera shot. Keep it on. We're almost in 20% territory, guys, and you know what that means. That's kill shot time. We're also going to be generating a ton more focus. That gives us a Chimera shot and a kill shot. Empty us ourselves with arcane shots. Blow your load all over the boss. Oh. Where's our Rep Paladin? Has he even been back? Where is he? Where's he been? He's nearly dead, look. He's miles away. What is he doing, that lad? Oh, that's funny. Oh, the aim shot. Fuck you. Did it. Did it. Did it. Fun times. Scrub it up. Yeah, you're always going to laugh when your friends die. Always awesome. We're not coming up to the last boss. We've done this instance in record time. This is really good. Looking forward to sort of the guild challenges. You know, BlizzCon has been the last couple of days. I've done a nice video of BlizzCon for you. Oh, no, don't die, druid friend. Picho's here. Yeah, there you go, buddy. Got some Mr. X. There you go. Oh, yeah, make it easy on you. I'm not going to take aggro myself, of course. No, that would be stupid. So I'm going to fire off. Oh, did not go off? Did I leave it? Ah, I missed micro. Poor. Now, I guarantee this bear, you think Boigness is going to be an ultimate bear of destruction and is going to rock and roll straight into all these. Watch this. Guarantee it. Can tell. There you go. Fucking knew it. Have some Mr. X then. If you're going to do that. There you go. Go over there. Oh, I'll just pull off 100k DPS. No big deal. 55k. Whatever. Well, that was my Mr. X Boigness, so you better taunt when this bad boy lands. Get a Hunter's Mark on nice and early. Get some focus back. And we're going to be starting to cast that aim shot. This is what I said. Above 90% health. Oh, can I get it off before the shield? 50k still. Regenerate a little bit of focus. Oh shit, Feinder. Move away, disengage. Oh, fuck you, buddy. Oh, it's above 9% health now. Bummer. Going to our usual rotation now. We haven't got our fucking stuff back, which is a bit of a bummer. We haven't got readiness, and we haven't got rapid fire yet. We're going to use it on the second come down. But that's okay. It's okay, I'm not complaining. Stop coming close to me, though. That would be nice. Haha, noobs. And I got the aim shot proc as well, so fuck you, buddy. Always dodging that fire on the floor. It's so obvious. How people die to that is beyond me. Go away. Raptor strike. Raptor strike! More ads coming. No Mr. at this time. Slow them all. And she's back. And we've got rapid fire now. So you're having it, son. Get our Serpent Sting on. Chimera shots for your face. Force grip, no one's interrupting. Lol, trolled. Aim shot proc. Chimera shot, kill shot. And this is where hunters are really shining. Look at the DPS. 50% of the DPS done by me. Job fucking done, guys. There is marksmanship hunter for you. Easily demonstrated. All you've got to think about is above 90% health, aim shot spec, aim shot filler. Below that, you're all about filling it in with arcane shot. Alright, guys, that's me done for today. I'll see you later.
Some pretty goddamn good loot. What the hell? Why wasn't I not doing this before? Like, I just skipped a couple of pieces of gear I don't have to get for, like, honor. Or let's check the item level of the things I got. I got, like, boots for Ellie and, like, a cape. Feels good, man. I think I'm almost geared enough to, like, go into, like, gammas basically now. We got this. It's 200. Yeah. I mean, better than what I had, basically. Yeah, 225. Not bad. Does that bring me up there to use some gammas? Oh, we're one item of low away. So I gotta do, like, maybe 1 or 2 more betas, and then I'll maybe get streamer luck and get the gear I want to get. And I can just, like, spam gammas or some shit like that to get justice points to get the best gear. I think that's the whole meta thing everyone's doing. I'm gonna take a piss, be right back.
Survival Hunter Day.
Have I got a deal for you?
Hello, what's going on, guys? Today, we're talking about Survival Hunters. That's right, our little hunter friends got a little bit of a change in patch 4.3, and now they're up there doing some really solid DPS. In patch 4.2, we were very close to our marksman friends. They were doing pretty good, and Beast Mastery was only just below that. So now, Survival is very competitive, really nice, and really up there. What was our big change? Our big change was lock and load. Lock and load was always a pain in the ass because you generally had too much focus, especially with a lot of haste. Lock and load with proc, you'd have a lot of focus, and you wanted to use them bad boys on our explosive shot. As we talked about in our 4.2 guide, which you can find here, go ahead and click that one. Explosive shot is our primary DPS ability. That's the one that smashes things in the face. Now, as we know, our explosive trap, kaboom, and our black arrow give us lock and load procs, which we then get free explosive shots. We like that, because explosive shot hits like a truck. That's right, smashes you right in the face. It puts 4 fingers right up your bum and says, hello. That's what we wanted to do. But then we had too much focus, and as we know, keeping focus is a waste of DPS. That focus should be used somewhere, so we had to use it on Arcane Shot. But some changes have occurred. We no longer dot click, and now our lock and load doesn't really affect our explosive shot, our Arcane Shot at all. It doesn't do anything. We're just wasting it if we fire off an Arcane Shot. So what are we using the lock and load procs for? Explosive shots. Now, the trick to this is you can actually use the dot clipping mechanic to fire off explosive shots pretty much straight after each other. If you leave about a 0.1 second gap between them, you're going to get all 9 ticks of that explosive shot. And that's what it's all about. Spam, spam! A little bit of a drill finger on that keyboard and you're only going to get 9 full ticks of explosive shots. Even if you mess this up a little bit, you're still going to get 8 ticks out of it. Pretty much, pretty good. Big thumbs up and a bro fist. That's right. You can't really screw it up, guys, so you might as well be spamming off them explosive shots. Get them in there, get them out of the way, and get another lock and load proc ready to go, and start getting back to managing your focus, okay? That is the big change for us in patch 4.3, and really good. We didn't want to be wasting our lock and load procs, which can be used for a big, powerful explosive shot, on a big, little, piddly arcane shot. No, that's not what we wanted. We wanted to fire off explosive shots like an absolute gangster, and now we can do. Now, other things that have changed in patch 4.3 is our tier 13. Tier 13 is actually pretty accessible by anyone now through the raid finder. You might not have the top tier 13, but you can certainly have a version of tier 13. Now, we're back in the 4.2 guide that I did for you. We talked about our haste caps. Hunters have this very difficult time managing the amount of haste on their gear. And why is that? Well, we only have a certain amount of focus. Our survival hunter has enough focus to fire off a certain amount of explosive shots and arcane shots before that focus bar is empty again. How do we generate focus? We generate it with our Cobra shots, okay? Our Cobra shots are going to give us nice chunky focus, and in between that we need to make sure we've got enough focus to fire off our next explosive shot and our black arrow or explosive trap, whichever the case may be, and then start regenerating that focus. Spamming too much haste gives us too many Cobra shots to the point where we can't really spend it all, and our timing gets all fucked up and you're thinking to yourself, what's going on? Our primary goal as a survival hunter is one thing: keep that explosive shot on cooldown. If your explosive shot is not ticking away, getting ready to be fired again, and it's just sat there waiting to be fired and you haven't got the focus for it, that's a fuck up. That is a stabbing. It's right in the heart. You want to get rid of that habit. Get out of it. Our explosive shot should always be ticking round and round and round, guys. Use as many explosive shots as possible. You're going to see massive jumps in your DPS. That's where it comes from, okay, guys? So when we generate our focus using our haste, which affects our Cobra shot, remember, more haste, faster Cobra shots, more focus. Now, too much haste, we're firing off too many Cobra shots. We've got wasted focus. We're going to start spamming things like Arcane Shot, then try to fit in the explosive shot when it's ready. Then our focus kind of gets out of mingled. The worst thing is that we're firing off Cobra shots. Let's say we've got over 2,200 haste, which isn't that difficult to get these days. We're definitely going to be running into 4 Cobra shot territory. Now, 4 Cobra shots means that at some point during your 4th Cobra shot, you're going to have your explosive shot come off cooldown. And then it's going to sit there till you finish the cast of Cobra Shot. Now you might be thinking to yourself, Priest, that's not a long time. We're talking about half a second, a couple of seconds. You magnify that shit. You zoom in it, you get your big man eye, and you zoom in on that, and you realise that over the course of a 5-minute fight, a 7-minute fight, all these type of things, that this really adds up to a lot of missed explosive shots where you could be fitting in more big, hard-hitting DPS. This is what we talk about in our advanced guys, is taking it to the next level, pushing that extra couple of hundred DPS from your average player into your top player. Now, I'm no expert survival hunter, I'm really not, but I spoke to the people that I know about these things, and I've done my reading, so I can bring this knowledge to you as best as I possibly can. So, breaking it down again, we had this haste problem, so we aimed for about 2,265 haste. That number specifically, at that point, that was our solid 3 Cobra shots, really happy, which gave us enough focus to make sure we were ready to fire that explosive shot the second it came off cooldown, and maybe even fit in a nice little arcane shot. If we're lucky, if we're feeling a little bit frisky, we could throw in that arcane shot. But now, we're definitely pushing into 4 Cobra shot territory, runs us into problems. Then our tier 13 bonus hits us like an absolute truck. It's like Optimus Prime running over your balls on Christmas Day while you're about to open your brand new mouse. Ah, damn you, Optimus Prime! What we want to do now is drop our haste even further to accommodate this new tier 13 bonus. Now, if you don't have your 4-piece tier 13, this doesn't apply to you. So you can be quiet for just a little minute and say, Preacher, this doesn't apply to me. I get that. I'm with you. I don't have the tier 13. So what? Doesn't matter. Eventually, we're probably going to get it. What we're aiming for now is around 757 haste. I know what you're thinking. I'm with you too. It's not even possible to get our haste that low. Realistically, it's not that possible. Our gear comes with haste as pretty much standard. But we're aiming for anything past 757 haste, considering we've got this tier 13 bonus, is not actually going to be that helpful to us, okay guys? That's what you're bearing in mind. Our mission, as always, our number one mission as our survival hunter is to make sure we're firing explosive shot every single time
I'm thinking
that we possibly can.
I can't actually queue for I could probably queue for the get or whatever the alpha, right? I think no one queues for betas, and they only either queue for alpha and gammas, basically. So let me remove myself here. Go into this again because we can get 200 gear. I can get some rings. Yeah, this has an actual timer, and I'm assuming I go straight to gammas when I'm 210 when I get like one more piece of gear.
And then get back to our normal
get it.
rotation of making sure our explosive shot is off cooldown. Always getting back to this hint. We always go back, no matter what we're doing. Got massive trinket procs. Oh my god, I'm going to do loads of DPS, need to fire off cooldowns. That's fine. We still go back to our primary goal. Explosive shots right in the face. That's what the boss needs, that's what the boss wants, and it's what your guild wants you to do. That's how we're going to start separating ourselves as some big time DPS, alright guys? That's what it's all about. So, now looking for around 757 haste. Again, we can't get there. There's too much haste on gear, but what that does allow us to do is a little bit of reforged tinkering. That's right. We used to say, get as much haste as possible. Get us this 2,265 haste. If you've just hit level 85, that's what you want to be targeting at. Get your 2,265 haste. That's going to give you a nice, smooth, solid 3 Cobra shots. You're going to be laughing over the moon. Now we move into our advanced level where we've got our tier 13. We're doing a little bit of raid finder. We're living the dream. We've now got our 4-piece tier 13. We now want to drop our haste down because of that proc. We want to bring it down to about 757 haste. What we can then do is think, aha, reforging has changed. It was all about crit and it was all about haste. Not anymore. Now what we can do is use that excess haste to either turn it into some more crit, because crit is yummy, or buffing our mastery through the roof. We want to get our mastery way up there now, because 70% of our damage benefits from mastery. You might not realise it's that much, but haste only affects things like auto shot, our energy regen, and our Cobra shot. That's going to equal about 10-15% of your damage. Not that great, really, but it's important because we need that focus in order to make sure we're doing our explosive shots and our black arrows and all that good jazz, okay? That's why the haste is important. So you're thinking, Preach, you just told us to do all this and that. Break it down for me really easily, guys. Let me explain. You've got your tier 13 4-piece. Get your haste down. Check your reforges. What's your haste? You want to get, don't go below 757, whatever you do, but you're never going to get there anyway. Believe me, you can't do it unless you do some really extreme, crazy gearing. What we're looking to do is get down as low as possible in our haste. We'll always be above 757 haste. And then start reforging nicely into our mastery. So let's say we've got an item with some crit and haste on it. We want to turn that haste into mastery. that is what we're aiming to do now. We're going to make sure we keep our hit. We're going to make sure we do all the basic stuff we discussed in our 4.2 guide. And now we're going to roll that bad sun out and get our mastery nice and high up there. Easy stuff, guys. And when you do this, you're going to start noticing some nice DPS increases. Once you follow the basics, making sure your explosive shot is on cooldown, making sure that you've got this nice amount of haste, and now buffing your mastery on top of that, boom, your damage starts to elevate and grow into something really tremendous, guys. Really, really important. Other stuff we need to talk about as a hunter, because we have the coolest ability known to man. We have Disengage. Disengage, an instant movement spell where we can fire ourselves a good 20 feet out of the way into a new position. Mastering Disengage is going to be the key to doing really tremendous DPS, because no matter what anybody tells you about following a rotation or doing that stuff, we have been telling you now for weeks the most key part of your DPS is making sure you can, 1, always fire, and 2, don't have to move anywhere near as often as you might have done in the past. Positioning. This is so important to increasing your DPS. There was a rule of thumb a long time ago, okay, between a lot of the top guild leaders and raid leaders in the world, that the best DPSs in the world, this is before haste, before we had things that affected how fast our spells casted, our top DPS in the world will always have more casts than the other guys. So just think about that for a second, guys. Think about what that actually means. You seem common sense. Well, of course the guy with high DPS casted more spells than I did. What you actually got to think yourself is, why did that happen? The boss fight lasted exactly the same amount of time. We were both doing something similar. We were both the same class. Haste doesn't exist, so it can't be a case of he's casting faster than me. That doesn't exist. That's not part of the game. So why is he getting more casts than me? Positioning. Always positioning. He stood in a place where he thought about before the fight started, and then he was able to fire off more spells. Simple as, he had to move less than you did. He had to cope with less things than you did. He was always making use of every second of possible cast time. This is so important for any ranged DPS class, and we're going to cover it more in our caster DPS time. But every second you are in combat, you should be casting something. Every single second. Every second that boss is engaged and you are not casting a spell, you are losing DPS. You might think, well, no, I'm not losing DPS because I follow the rotation completely. That's all well and good, but if you started 5 seconds later and you had to move for 5 seconds in the fight, and then at 5 seconds towards the end you had to do something else, you just lost 15 seconds of DPS time. 15 seconds just off those 3 moments. Now put it into a Cataclysm raid boss situation where we're moving all the damn time. We're moving constantly. There's all sorts of crap flying at our heads. We're ducking and diving like Neo from the Matrix, baby. And now we need to make sure that we reduce that as much as possible. Had to move 6 times, had to move 2 times, couldn't cast for this amount of time, couldn't cast for this amount of time. Very easy principles. So before a fight as a hunter, we can think 2 things. 1, where is my position? Where am I going to stand? Which is great for the boss. If we need to be bunched up, we need to be bunched up, balls. There's nothing we can do about that. The healers need us bunched up. Fine. No problem at all. But let's say we're now talking about a boss where we can stand pretty much wherever we want. We might have to do a target switch at some point. Let's take your Sarge with giant tentacles coming out of the ground. We're going to have to DPS X tentacle in Y location. Very easy thing to do. You know before the fight starts, especially if you're training a heroic fight, you will know you need to kill big tentacle sat over there. What are we doing at the beginning of the fight? We're getting in a position where, 1, we can be healed efficiently, because that is important, because a dead DPS that does no DPS, nothing will affect your DPS more than dying. So being in a position where you can't be healed is a fail. We then need to be able to move to where tentacle X is. I need to get over to Y position. I need to get there. I need to get there fast. Why? Because I don't want to lose DPS time while I'm travelling. I don't want to be trundling over with my troll with no shoes on. I don't want to get over there slowly. I don't want to be doing that. We have Disengage. We want to stand in a position where we can be healed and a disengage while we're firing off something like an explosive shot, so we're actually DPSing in midair. We lose no DPS time. Think about that. Auto attack spells while we're moving don't cost us DPS. They're fine. We can do that. We can disengage quickly. So, tentacles spawning, coming up out of the ground, explosive shot, disengaging across while firing the explosive shot. I'm in range of my next target, the tentacle. I have lost 0 DPS time, while somebody else in a more awkward position who didn't pre-plan this is going to have to spend, think of it, it's a giant room in there. A giant room in the Dragon Soul is going to take a little while to get over there. He's going to be losing DPS time all the way. He might be spamming something like Arcane Shot while he's moving over. These are all DPS losses, guys, and you have actually countered that by thinking about it beforehand. You know where you need to be, and more importantly, when that phase is over and we're back on the boss, another disengage, straight back to our position. While we're doing an instant cast, it can be an arcane shot, guys. Don't think it always has to be an explosive shot. It could be a black arrow, it can be an explosive shot, or it can be an arcane shot. We've lost absolutely minimal amount of DPS time. So important to maximise every single global cooldown you possibly have access to. This will buff your DPS so much. Really good. Another question that's been asked on this various hunters as well as every DPS class in the game. Should I wait for cooldowns? You told us in the effective DPS cooldown guide, which is located here, that we can then buff our DPS by making sure our cooldowns line up nicely, such as our rapid fire and all that stuff. Rapid fire doesn't do a great deal for us as hunters because we have to wait for explosive shots to come off cooldown. Not brilliant, whatever. But if we've got unused trinkets and all that kind of stuff, we need to make sure we're getting the most out of those. So we want them to line up really nicely. So people have been saying to me, Preach, how long should I wait to fire off these DPS cooldowns? You shouldn't wait too long at all, especially if you're at risk, guys, of not being able to use that again. If you lose the use of the trinket, you've failed. That's a stabbing again, okay guys? Think about it this way. This fight is 6 minutes long, I've got a 2-minute trinket. Realistically, I can use that 3 times during this fight, okay? I can use it just as we start, just after the 2-minute mark, and just after the 4-minute mark. That gives me a little bit of leeway in time. I have about a minute to play with where I can still get the 3 uses out of this trinket, but that's a minute over the whole fight. Do you understand what I'm saying? So you've got this minute leeway, you need to bear that in mind. If you're waiting over that minute leeway, you're definitely going to risk the chance of only firing off that trinket 2 times. Now that's a waste of DPS, that's where our DPS fails. We want to certainly make sure we've got DPS trinkets for Bloodlust when we're firing all our extra damage off. When we've got Kill Shot up, Kill Shot obviously hits like an absolute steamroller. It wipes out Optimus Prime, it crushes him into little bits and moves on into absolute ball of Megatron territory. We like a bit of Megatron. So that's what it's all about, guys, using DPS cooldowns. Advanced Hunter play is all about controlling your haste and controlling your position. Please understand that you need to be thinking about these things all the time. A lot of fights have different phases where things change all the time. Target switches. Can you put that in a macro? Can you macro your target switch? Let's think about Spider Deathwing Heroic. You should have a macro for targeting that tendon. Everything that has a DPS burn phase, you need to have a cooldown for. Again, thinking about Dragon Soul bosses, after certain phases they become vulnerable, take extra damage. You need to be taking full advantage of that by thinking beforehand, one, about your position, so when he's in this vulnerable phase, I can make sure I'm DPSing from the get-go. From the very millisecond I can DPS, I need to be doing it. I also need to make sure I've got my DPS cooldowns up. Because when he's vulnerable and he's taking double damage, triple damage, whatever the case may be, we are tunneling into that boss like an absolute drill, baby. We are drilling him right in the face. That's what's important about it, guys. That's me talking about it, Survival Hunters. Take it easy, people.
You know what they say about curiosity. I'll give you more than you can handle. You know what they say.
Alright, let's queue for a gamma. I've never done this before. Never did, like, so far it's not so complicating. I haven't even looked at any guides for how to do this shit. It's just like supposed to be Mythic Dungeons retail or something with some extra mechanics type of deal. Like kill the extra dudes and don't let them overwhelm you. Assuming that was my job and I did it right.
Looking for something special?
time to get some answers. Let's get this show. Take a moment and relish this with me. Soon all will be revealed. Okay then, let's do this. Now keep an eye out. I'll have this linked in 2 shakes of it.
Warning. Life form pattern not recognized. Archival processing terminated. Continued interference will result in targeted response.
That doesn't sound good. We might have a complication or two.
Security breach in progress. Analysis of historical archives. Transferred to lower priority queue. Countermeasures engaged.
Ah, you want to play hardball, eh? That's just my game.
I do not have a target.
Couple more minutes and I'll...
Threat index threshold exceeded. Select archive update. Security level
Nobody's gonna be sanitized as long as I have a say in it. What do you think I'm here for? Tea and biscuits? Spill the beans already. Tell me how the dwarves came to be. And start at the beginning. This is a wee bit trickier than before. Oh, bloody! Incoming! What in the name of Majora did that do? downright bothersome. We might have neutralized the Iron Dwarfs, but I'd lay odds there's another machine somewhere else, churning out a whole mess of these iron. I'll use the forge to make batches of earthen to stand guard, but our greatest challenge still remains. Find and stop Logan.
Alright, call it a stream. It's been 4 hours here. I'm gonna get something to eat.